ranging from climate change, global conflicts, food waste, and the constant detection of new pests and diseases. These realities are threatening how we have been producing, how we've been storing, and how we've been distributing our food. As a result, there is now a consensus around the world, including in South Africa, that we need to transform our food systems to deliver the human right to food in an environmentally sustainable, cost-effective, and socially just manner. I'm happy, Chairperson and members, that this conference actually comes 2 years after we've held our United Nations Food Systems Conference, where the Director General, or rather the Secretary General of the United Nations, felt it was important to convene the heads of state to actually look at how we can strengthen our food systems globally, but also with an intention to see how best the issue of food security can actually accelerate the achievement of the development goals that were agreed to by the United Nations. As you know, that in preparation of those conferences, there were national dialogues. In South Africa, we held about 12 of those, including various stakeholders, to assess our food systems and how we could strengthen them. It also came at a time when globally we were going through the COVID pandemic, and therefore it was very clear for all of us that there were certain weaknesses that were actually exposed by that pandemic in how our food systems are in different countries in our continent. Ucwaningo oluye lwenziwe wosochwepheshe nabonjengalwazi lusilekelela kanjani thina njengabalimi ukuthi indlela esikhiqiza ngayo isinikeze okuningi ukudla kanti futhi esingakwazi ukuthi sikwazi ukuhwebelana ngabo? Kubalulekile ke ukuthi uma sisebenza lapha emakhaya ucwaningo siluthathe njengento ebalulekile. To build modern and functional early detection tools of pests and diseases, thereby helping us to manage their spread and cost to the agriculture and food sectors. Moreover, investment in our researchers will generate knowledge and skills that can be transferred to our small-scale farmers through extension services. Kubalulekile ke ukuthi thina balimi makukhona tintfo lesibonako emasimini lesingathi asitati njengetilwanyana masingathuli nje keje basikhulumisane kanye nalabo labasilekelelayo ukuthi bakwati ukuthi basisite ukuthi ngabe yini lesibhekene nayo. Kungenteka kube tintfo letitoba ngasifo emasimini noma tintfo letitoba ngasifo emfuyweni yethu lesinayo bese lokho kukhinyabeta indlela lesebenta ngayo. Kungakho ke kubalekile kuthi ikakhulukazi kubalimisi lesebenzisana nabo njengabalimi bakwati ukuthi mihla nemalanga tini tintfo letisithinza kabi. Program Director, it is not my intention to outline all the positive advantage of investing in research and development, but I needed to emphasize the need to continue supporting and channeling both financial and human resources to research and development in accordance with our commitment made in the National Development Plan. And I just want to say to Department of Science and Technology, as much as we work collaboratively on other matters, we also work to actually support the building of human resource capacities by ensuring that we actually give a platform to some of our students in universities under supervision on the work that they've been doing. And I hope we will be able to get a slice of your budget for that good work that we're doing. I'm pleased that this conference is uplifting research and development because research is an enabler of a competitive and sustainable agriculture and food sector. I'm glad that the conference will delve into various areas that constrain farmers, agribusinesses, and other value chain players. Among these areas is the issue of climate change in a transitioning economy to low carbon emissions. The benefits of the fourth industrial revolution and its impact on agriculture and the efficiencies of the value chain are other aspects that require a careful analysis and interpretation by our researchers. Program Director, I'm aware that particularly the livestock sector has had a bit of discomfort, particularly when the issue of methane and its contribution to carbon emission arising out of the cattle or rather the livestock industry. It's a matter that still requires a bit of deliberation, particularly with our livestock industry and how best we can manage this reality. And this is what I think we're talking about when we say we've got issues of climate change that we have to deal with in a transitioning economy. Program Director, financing and promoting research and development in agriculture won't be a success without forming partnerships. I'm glad that this conference is a product of a collaboration between ARC and the department. I believe that this collaboration extends to academia, industries, and other institutions so that the knowledge generated is shared amongst all farmers from subsistence to commercial. The outcome of these collaborations is starting to show an impact in some of our industries. As it is known, the animal and animal product industry is the largest contributing sector, more than 40% to the gross production value of the agricultural sector. Big as it is, one of the challenges facing the livestock industry is the genetic inferiority of some animals, particularly those owned by our own smallholder farmers. Similarly, the challenges of animal diseases is another area that is impacting this industry negatively, which we must address. The ARC, through its Kayonafatso Yadikhomo Animal Improvement Scheme, has applied a science-based solution to help our farmers improve their genetics and animal conditions. This has helped farmers improve their incomes and get a better appreciation of the animal value. About 4,637 farmers have been supported in this program, and further 5,000 farmers will be assisted in the current financial year. Program Director, crop farmers are equally benefiting from the research collaboration between the ARC as well as the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development and other partners. New varieties of fruits, grains, and vegetables are being developed to stabilize food production and ensure resilience to drought and heat tolerance. Some of these crops are indigenous, such as the tepe, amadumbe, cowpeas, izindlubu, sorghum, and marula, to mention a few. Climate-smart agriculture is an area that will increasingly determine our sector's sustainability and competitiveness in the future. We saw recently a farmer strike in Europe protesting against the reduction of chemical use. However, the same markets are demanding our farmers from South Africa to reduce chemicals and emissions in their produce. It's a very interesting contradiction. All these markets' requirements happen at the time when the frequency of drought and the intensity of heat waves are increasing and threatening the food ecosystems. Foreseeing the importance of transforming our food systems, the ARC and the Department of Agriculture are establishing the Center of Excellence on Climate-Smart Agriculture, which will advance research, innovation, and knowledge dissemination in the field of climate-smart agriculture. The center will bring together experts, practitioners, and stakeholders from various disciplines. This center will be established in the Rooterplaat Research Campus of the ARC in the north of Pretoria. Program Director, I must conclude by affirming the government's commitment to promoting and supporting research and development in the country. Various departments, including the Department of Science and Innovation, have a multitude of programs, some focused on agriculture, that support research and development. Furthermore, the government is committed to advancing research and development agenda in partnership with the academia and other institutions to ensure equality in the access to innovation and knowledge. As you know, that this research and development agenda fits into our agriculture and agro-processing master plan, which seeks to grow the agricultural sector in an inclusive manner underpinned by cutting-edge research and innovation. And we trust that this conference today, the 3 days, will be spent in looking at what is new, what can be done, what collaborative efforts can be developed in order to ensure that our agricultural sector grow. As the ministry and the department, we're really happy for the partnership that we have developed with the academia, industry, as well as across government departments and with some of our entities, because we believe through these partnerships and collaboration, we can go further into the development of our agricultural sector. Chairperson, allow me to declare this conference open, and thank you for allowing me to give some reflections. I thank you.
Please, let's give another round of applause to the Minister. Thank you very much, Minister. And one of that keynote address, the Minister has referred to you, ladies and gentlemen, in Taptopo. DDG Serra, who's coming up, will explain and interpret what that means to all of you. Minister, thank you very much, and we really appreciate that very warm and insightful opening address, which has given us exactly the motivation that we needed as we start this conference over the next 3 days. Allow me also, I've recognized some of the distinguished partners that were helping us also from the international body, helping us in South Africa. Mr. Lord Malati from the representative at the FAO, welcome, sir. I've just recognized you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed with the program, allow me then to invite to our stage who will give us the overview of this collaboration that the Minister was talking about between the ARC and the department and other partners, and what fruit it holds going ahead. Dr. Serra, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the insightful speech, which I read it to be marching orders for all of us. Thank you very much to the organizers for ensuring that even though Minister had other commitments, we still had you, Minister, addressing us this morning. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the Acting Director General Ndatendobe for also understand that there is a marriage or a connection and lasting permanent connection between the department and the ARC. Why we didn't know of that, I don't know. All I know is that the relationship between ARC and the department, the relationship between the department and the Honorable Support Biological Products were designed and were decided in 1990 for ARC, 1999 for OBP, 1983 for the PPCP. So then I got very frustrated when we seemed at the department side and at the AR side seemed not to be aware that there's this decision that was taken for all of us to continue nurturing. But I'm glad that today we are starting a journey, a new, exciting and challenging journey of ensuring that our policy and our regulatory mandate is going to be led and decided upon based on science. Science which is going to be harvested from of South Africa. The only national statutory agricultural research council in South Africa is ARC. Those others, I speak to the other commodity organizations and I tell them, thank you very much for doing your research, but if it's not through ARC, it's not national research, so if you want it to find its way into the national discourse, please work through ARC. It's because this relationship was decided a long time ago, it's not new. To the researchers that are here, and the researchers that are joining us online, our plea from the department is simple. And I make this worst example, that your research, your blue sky research and research on the variety, the different breeds of butterflies as they become part of the ecosystem, beautiful, we love it. But a hungry man is not going to listen to that. It makes no sense to a hungry man. So if I were you, I would start at home. I would start with basic research. I would start with production efficiencies. I would start with things that matter. I'm glad that there's cultivars that were produced by ARC of food. So this means we still have a long way to go. And the team that organized this within such a short period of time, it means there's been a need, there's been a hunger for our researchers to start showcasing what they're able to do. Program Director, I said in the department when you introduced the portfolio of the branch that I come from, it's called Agricultural Production, Biosecurity, and Natural and Disaster Management. It's very lengthy. That means nothing if the scientists in that branch do not meet with other scientists in the world. It means nothing. If the scientists in the department are not part of the scientific community out there and participate and publish presentations, peer-reviewed and everything else, their scientists and their titles means nothing. And what we did from the management side, which is what we did to the ARC, is to remove the financial or the funding burden from you. It's not your problem. Your problem as a scientist is to conduct research, is to find answers. The colleagues, Dr. Magatala, I see you here. We've been talking about Kruger National Park as a source for FMD for far too long. Doesn't make sense anymore. We need solutions. We've been talking about the FMD, whatever, buffaloes from Chuchua, Umfolozi, we've heard that. Don't say it anymore. Just bring solutions. Climate change discussions have been happening. Enough about that. Bring solutions. We need drought-resistant cultivars. Those are in the water space. South Africa is a desert, if you didn't know. So, but you still have center pivot even during the rain. In fact, one colleague of mine asked me, so this thing, does it not know that it's raining because I see it's pouring water? I get ashamed when I drive around and it's raining and center pivot is running in this desert, South Africa. That's the challenge to you researchers. That's what we want to hear from you. And if you do that, I can assure you, Dr. Makinga and I are going to remove the money hurdle from you. You're not going to have to worry about money, but we need results. Your research, your papers that you're going to present, those here and those joining us online, after your beautiful research and out of beautiful presentation, ask yourself this: so what? Talk about your beautiful whatever number of replications and what. So what? What does that tell us? What does that tell the desert South Africa that is facing food insecurity, that is facing food security problems? What does that tell us if we are not able to export chickens to other markets, which America being one of them, because our production system is based on growth stimulants? Today I can say it because it's here, it's not political, you know it. We need answers. We need to be able to find a way of producing chicken that can be exported to other markets that require hormone-free chicken. That's the challenge to you. Do not worry about the politics, do not worry about the money, do not worry about anything else. Become scientists and argue science with other scientists. There's not much that I need to because the overview of the collaboration of the department and that of the ARC has been decided a long time ago. It's not for me to come to do. I'm not doing anything new, nothing out of the blue, nothing. It's not like we invented Dr. McIntyre, not like we invented Africa. It has been there. Why predecessors did nothing about it, it doesn't help. Let's not worry even about that reason. Let's go forward. And as I conclude, I'm glad that the provincial heads of department are here. Thank you very much and for coming, because our work, our difficult work is only starting. We have signed another SLA with the Honesty Board Biological Products, which is going to, which job is basically, by the way, to produce vaccines. And we're not going to sit in Pretoria and start talk about vaccines that affect horses in the Eastern Cape. Gone are those days. OBP is going to come to the Eastern Cape and sit with the Eastern Cape farmers and ask them what is it, what vaccines must be produced first and of which vaccines those are. We've done that. So by so doing, I'm glad the CEO of OBP is here. So I'm not gossiping, he's here. He's hearing it also. He knows about it. So there's no, the sky therefore is the limit for all scientists in South Africa, all agricultural scientists. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for inviting the department.
Thank you so very much, and Serach. I've been told that when he gives such speech, he changes from being Serach to Seraj. And I think the message is very clear. And when I first joined government, I was told that you must listen carefully to the ministers and the senior official in government, particularly in February, because that's when they really tell you what's going to happen. So the minister have said that the research and development is an enabler that will drive growth and development of this sector. That is Serach is saying, don't worry about money. We want solutions. So CEO, come and tell us, what are the solutions? Dr. Makinga, please.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm all ears. I had all the commitments, but it's not just about commitments. I think it's also giving us as an entity a very strong, mandate to say, pick it up. Don't worry about the other things. They've been taken care of. We want to see results. And this room is full of my colleagues, and they are listening. We are all ears. So thank you very much, DDG. And I'm starting at a point where the DDG left things, which is very high, with hope, and looking forward to really delivering a set of solutions that are going to assist us as the sector to move forward and move the needle. Chairperson, I'm not going to do all the protocol that you have already done. We thank you very much, but let me just once again greet the Minister, our Honorable Minister Didiza, And there is a whole range of other important stakeholders who are with us here. We thank the senior leadership of Department, DALRAT, as well as DSI for being here with us under the leadership of the respective DGs. Thank you very much for being with us today. I know Program Director also touched on the United Nations FAO. I know we have a number of other partners, international partners that are with us in the room. I did see one of our dear friends from the German embassy, the agriculture attaché, Mr. Max Berger. I can't see him now, but I did meet him. Thank you very much. And there may be others, our international partners in the room. So we thank you all for being with us on this important day. After having listened to all these wonderful stories that kick us off and set the scene for today, I think I've had the job of talking about some of the slightly boring things to talk about, mandate, strategy, etc. And I know that all we want to hear about is really what are the scientists doing, what does it mean for me, and how are we going to partner. And you are all here because in one way or another, the work that we do as the ARC is dependent upon having you with us, is dependent upon us having conversations with you, because there's only one way we can be able to deliver on the mandate of the ARC, and it's through these solid partnerships that we have been developing with you, both new and existing ones over the years. So very simply, is this a clicker? While we are figuring out the clicker, just to remind everybody, like I said, about some of the fundamental elements of this organization that we'll be talking about today. Okay. Right. Okay. I think this is perhaps something that majority of us are very familiar with, that the ARC derives its mandate from, which was promulgated in 1990, and you had for that portfolio that the ARC reports to, really emphasizing that this partnership that we're talking about, this working together, was actually designed many, many years ago. And so this founding legislation actually expects us to do the research work and the outputs that come out of it for the benefit or to support the interests of this country. Very briefly, where are we physically as the ARC? And some of the people may not be aware. We have physical presence across the country in different campuses, and where we are is one of those campuses. And in this campus, as the chairperson also touched on, this is the Vegetable Industrial and Medicinal Plants Institute. And we are going to hear a little bit later about some of the most enduring work that has been done in this campus when we talk about 75 years of potato and sweet potato research later today, where some of my colleagues who are in the room will be sharing some of the work that has been done in that space over the years. So as an entity of the state, of course, we align ourselves with the MTSF framework, and the MTEF strategic outcomes of the ARC are aligned to that, and we know what's happening in the country this year will probably impact some of these priorities, but agricultural production and productivity, sustainable ecosystems and natural resources, nutrition, skilled agriculture and a capable sector, as well as resilience of agriculture. And all these 5 outcomes are actually more towards the sector. And then, of course, there is work that we have a responsibility to look at in the final outcome, which talks about the organization itself. The mandate of the ARC is two-pronged, in the sense that we are a science council, but we also have a development mandate, of course. So in both these areas over the years, we have a number of, I would say, highlights that we can share with you today. I can guarantee you that these 3 days is not enough for everything that happens in this organization. We're just kind of just glossing over the surface. But I think it's also important that this being the first of its kind as a conference where we do share, this kind of work, that we do introduce you to some of the developments within the organization. But I think what's going to be important is what happens after you have learned a little bit about some of the work that we do in this organization. So if you look at the last 2 or 3 years, we have been, in terms of generation, knowledge generation, as a science council, as a research organization, we've had more than 1,600 peer-reviewed publications. We have released cultivars of different crops, and you've heard that part of the, or maybe you will hear that part of the news that we will be sharing, and we will be officially handing over some potato cultivars that have been developed by the ARC, about 9 of them over the last 2 years. And earlier, I think late last year, we also had another cultivar day, as we call them, where we invite stakeholders, partners, and those that market our products that we develop, and cultivars, where we were releasing some citrus cultivars, and including some granadilla cultivars, so different crops. And that is part of what you are going to be, at each of the points that our scientists will be coming through to talk to you, you'll be picking up on some of the work that we do. We have a very a strong capacity development element in the work that we do, because it's not enough to conduct research and develop these technologies. They have to reach the intended beneficiaries, and we do a lot of capacity development, working in partnership primarily with the provincial departments in terms of capacitating our farmers. But for us, capacity development of the sector players is just one element, but we also do capacity development on the science side. We have a program that has been running for a very long time, where we train masters and PhD students in collaboration with academic institutions. At any given time, you will find no less than 200 masters and PhD students registered. And we were looking at the number of PDP students that have been part of the program since its inception, and we come to a figure of about 2,300. So that has been running for a while, and this is something that the ARC continues to include some of the partners in this room in, because the capacity that we develop is not just for us, but for the sector as well. We have a long-term vision, our 2050 vision, which spells out some of the research and development focus areas that we are going to be looking at over the next few decades. And this is, of course, informed by some of the developments that we deal with and some of the challenges that arise, within the sector, where we think science, research and science actually can intervene. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but just to share with you that these are some of the areas that we are taking as part of our long-term vision. Of course, we come periodically back to. We thought this is an excellent opportunity that now that we have all of you with us, both in the room and, of course, those that are connected virtually, to share with you something about our recently concluded institutional review process. So institutional review of the ARC is a mandatory review that takes place every 5 years as a science council, and is conducted by an independent panel of reviewers, both national and international. And the most recent one, which is the 2021-22, which we completed towards the end of 2022, had 3 focus areas that are there in front of you, looking at the mandate, priority areas, and the strategy. And then looking at governance, the management, structure, and institutional arrangements. And then, of course, and more importantly, the quality of research. And within the first theme, some of the key observations that have been made by the panelists is that there is scope within the current mandate of the ARC to be more agile, more collaborative, and be more partnership driven. So that's part of the reason we think that this conference is actually very much in line with those recommendations and observations by the panel of experts. And they also said that we need to be more innovative in actually looking at what else we can do within the available legislation, even before we talk about review of the legislation. But we have already picked up a number of areas where this could be improved, and DDG Serage has actually been interacting with us in terms of identifying areas where we can improve this to be more efficient and be more agile and be more collaborative. And it was also observed by our panel that numerous stakeholders and beneficiaries have expectations that may in some cases go beyond what you can do as a science council, and it's part of the reason that it's important that some of these things are clarified through the review of legislation, to make sure that if you need to go beyond that, then there is a legislative backing as well that's going to allow you to do so. The experts observed that actually the ARC is well positioned to support agricultural development, that we have these assets that we could do a little bit better with, including some of the physical assets and some of the non-physical assets. But the good thing is that their observation was that our strategic documents are strongly anchored in national, regional, and global high-level agendas. I'm trying to a little bit pick up the pace because of time. One of the observations was the fact that while the ARC has been, delivering on its mandate, the increasing demands have not been matched with increasing resources. But I think that was then because I think DDG Serage has just solved that problem for us as you listen to him. So there is a need to focus on revitalizing, improving, and really also strengthening our processes, because one of the observations was that there is a lot of room for efficiency improvements within the organization, including looking at how we are structured currently. And that's why we are talking about some of the initiatives that we have starting from last year of integrating our work from a research perspective as well, so not just the physical spaces. And of course, more focus on the integrating research activities. When it comes to quality and relevance of science, they raised a concern about some of the issues such as loss of technical capacity in the core, which is meaning in the research space, aging physical infrastructure, constrained strategic partnerships, declining public funding, etc. And some of these things you can see how they flow from each other, that they are linked, because we've just talked about public funding and budget cuts is something that everybody in the public space is very much aware of. They also implored us to really pick up our engagements with stakeholders so that we can be able to get space to clarify even more succinctly what the work of this organization is. And we hope that part of what we will be doing over the next 3 days will assist us to get closer to that goal. Maintaining and increasing our spatial footprint, you saw where we are almost everywhere in the country, but we are also now looking at how can we optimize our property portfolio given the budgetary pressures. So what we have done, of course, is to now take all of those insights, look at how we're going to then design a program that is going to assist us over the next 5 years before we get to the next one to respond to what the experts have given us. And really this is just a package of what we have put together, which we have already started implementing as the organization. Revitalization of partnerships and stakeholder engagement, integration of research, playing a more critical role in the national research agenda, organizational redesign and business process enhancements, and also pursuing sustainability. So, in closing, I would just like to say that this conference that we have today and the partnership that has been revitalized with DALRRD actually is one step in terms of us responding to some of those observations, but is also a crucial step in really moving this organization to where it's supposed to be, to occupy its space as the country's premier agricultural research institution. I am very warm inside when I see all of you here today, because I think this is exactly what we are trying to do, and I'm looking forward to the next 3 days. And thank you very much for giving me your ears to share with you at a high level what we are trying to do here. Thank you.
Another round of applause to the CEO of the ARC. Thank you very much for sharing us that review as well as that strategic direction that the ARC is embarking on. It's very enlightening and encouraging to see your commitment in rebuilding your relationship and working together with other partners in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding with our program. I would like now to give an opportunity to other state-owned entities that work hand in hand with the ARC in ensuring that the department delivers on its mandate. With us, I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Ntabeleng, who is the acting CEO of the OPP. Please let's welcome Mr.
Program Director, thank you very much for giving us the floor. Honorable Minister, esteemed and honored guests, Chairperson, I listened to you, all protocol observed. I hope that we have not, as a group gathered here, started to forget some of the words that we learned in 2020 during the COVID outbreak. We were all exposed to words like epidemiology, vaccine, vaccinology, and so forth and so forth. I am from the OBP. This morning that I'm moonlighting at the OBP. I sell vaccines. The OBP has a proud history of having been an offshoot of the ARC. Mr. Serage, you are correct that in agriculture, there had been some deliberate plan in terms of how to deal with the challenges in the sector. OBP, and in fact the faculty, also came as an offshoot of the ARC. And where as OBP we are next to the ARC OVI, then it's OBP, and then the Faculty of Veterinary Science, the only one in the country. Please do come visit and see where we are and learn a little bit about our business. It's important that I say this to you because if you recall, we got to 2020 because of human development and us as humans encroaching into spaces or habitats that ordinarily belong to animals. And therein we picked up diseases that we refer to as zoonoses. These are diseases that are transmitted between humans and animals. And the only tool that brought us to today was vaccines. Our business at OBP is to sell vaccines. Mr. Serage, CEO, Chair, spoke at length with regards to today, tomorrow, and the day after. We as OBP want to lend our message of support to the ARC and the department for convening this timely conference with the theme, Science Transforming Food Systems for a Better Future. Ladies and gentlemen, animal diseases have a potential to have a devastating effect, not only on producers, but also on consumers and rural economies in general. Gatherings like this, we notice that these have assisted us to better understand and manage the burden of animal diseases, as well as the distribution of such burdens throughout the value chain. All of us recall that about a few months ago, we were worried about availability of poultry meat, availability of eggs, thanks to avian flu. These conferences assist us to better understand so that we together can better map, coordinate, and influence policy direction for our beloved country. And indeed, coming out of avian influenza, we had a change in policy. For years, we have not been vaccinating for avian influenza. Now it is something that is on the table. Our collaboration with the ARC is long-standing. The OBP came into existence in 1968, where we were making blood vaccines against diseases like heartwater, red water, and anaplasmosis. Today, these vaccines are still made by the ARC, who then deliver them to us for packaging and selling on to customers. The OBP is a state-owned company with a dual mandate. We have a public good mandate, and it is on the basis of that public good mandate that Mr. Serage and I signed an SLA. Why is it important? When there is an outbreak of animal diseases in the country, everybody says, OBP, why don't you have this vaccine? Others are saying, OBP, in terms of your private mandate, you should be making vaccines and be self-sustainable. The other day in Parliament, I was saying to parliamentarians, the business that I run is like going to a gunfight with a knife, because I'm handicapped to make vaccines available almost on the house. I must make all possible vaccines. Those are inefficiencies, because what it means is that sometimes I have to make vaccines at significant cost and sell them at a lower price. Public good. So Mr. Serage, he again said so today that, no, don't worry, we will solve that problem. So we are in the process of resolving those processes that the DALRAT is responsible for public good mandate, which would free us up to be able to deliver as a private business. Of course, there are still many other inefficiencies that come with being a state-owned enterprise that's trying to compete with the Pfizers and all Boehringer Ingelheims of this world. But that's not my topic for today. My topic today is our collaboration with the ARC and how we deal with climate-smart agriculture technologies and innovations, which is one of the themes for today. We've had, working jointly with the ARC, adapted production strategies from periodic production to annual production cycles without seasonal consideration. This is to ensure that, because with climate change you find that winters are shorter, with overwintering of pests and vectors, you no longer can say these are seasonal vaccines. You almost have to have them on an ongoing basis because the market demands them. The pest is sustained and demands that you vaccinate against those things. We've also had to work with them in terms of the improvement of products, this to increase product shelf life, but also to increase the size of our batches because the population in the country of animals has grown significantly. We are also working in terms of vaccine development, looking at combination vaccines for both bacterial and viral diseases, but also looking at new technological platforms for vector-borne diseases. For example, new inactivated animal health, African horse sickness vaccines, as well as an improved blue tongue vaccine. We are also continuously working with our partners from the DSI, with TIA, who are also players in this space. I also want to acknowledge them in terms of the work that we are doing. My initial comment to you with regards to the lessons that we learned from COVID and how we impact the ecosystem when we encroach areas that are predominantly related to being of animal existence alone, which led us to a concept that we refer to as One Health. So what is One Health? One Health is understanding that when humans get into those particular spaces, you cannot only try and deal with the animal health at the exclusion of the human health, because they are all jointly in one ecosystem. And I again refer you to the stories around COVID and how it emerged. It is not the only disease that has that pathway. Many others were diseases ordinarily of humans. Another one typically is rabies, that most people take for granted in this country. Please, if you have a dog, make sure that your dog is vaccinated against rabies. That is the only way that we will stop rabies. Now, people want to own dogs, but they don't want the responsibility of vaccinating their dogs against rabies. From today onwards, you should know better. Please vaccinate your dogs against rabies. Again, I've digressed a little bit, but let me try and get back to my speech. The OBP-ARC collaboration has produced the widest offering against highest number of vaccines against zoonotic diseases transmitted between humans and animals. This includes brucellosis, again, the SLA with Mr. Serrage. Why you think we want to have an SLA that speaks to brucellosis? Brucellosis is probably quite spread throughout the country because it's a disease that you will get from drinking milk. So we want to go working with the DALRAT and the ARC to ensure that every heifer that is born in this country gets a shot of vaccine for brucellosis. That is the only way that we will, over time, we will reach what is called herd immunity, which is what we were trying to do during COVID by ensuring that every person gets vaccinated. When you reach herd immunity, the disease spread is limited because the next person is already vaccinated. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me stop here. Let me again congratulate the ARC on holding this conference and also reaffirming our role as OBP in working with yourselves and the department, the DSI, in working towards developing solutions, Mr. Serrage, that will ensure that the AAMP, Dr. Ntombela, becomes a success as we ensure that animals that we want to bring into commercial agriculture are vaccinated, even when they are far away in rural areas. I thank you.
That is a very good and thankful presentation, sir. See that we are getting into some of the critical discussions of today's, the vaccines. Very important one. I see you've also adjusted my mark. It's the first time I have to readjust it, but we'll discuss that one later. Let me then allow the PPCP to come and make the support remarks. Sorry. Mr. Khumalo, as he comes to the stage.
Thank you to the plenary chair. My introduction has been made simple. I will just say all protocol observed. My name is Martin Khumalo. I am here on behalf of Lucian Johnson, who unfortunately could not make it because of prior commitments. He's engaged in meetings overseas, but he sends his regards. It is indeed a great honor and a pleasure for me to be part of such an auspicious event. And I would like to thank the ARC and DALRAT for organizing such an event and extending an invite to the PPCB. Thank you very much. My topic of discussion today is importance of research and development and related investments at the PPCB. As I start this address, I'd like to use the quote of Bill Gates. Bill Gates says, "I believe in innovation, and the way to acquire innovation is to invest in research and learn basic ideas." With this statement, Bill Gates is stressing the importance of research and development in unlocking new technologies and innovation. This is very important for our industry. In the agricultural sector, research and development is an essential element of sustainable agriculture and a foundation for innovation. In this ever-changing world, where the word climate change has been mentioned a few times, where our trading partners are putting stricter barriers of entry into the market, such as tougher phytosanitary requirements, much stricter quality and food safety standards, where there is the proliferation of new varieties that have different quality standards. Undoubtedly, our old technologies could become obsolete and not be in sync with the requirements of our changing environment. We also have a growing base of emerging farmers that are entering mainstream agriculture and requiring our support. For us to navigate through all these challenges, research and development is a very important tool. And it is only through research and development that we can be at par with the changes that we're experiencing in the world. The PPCB mandate is to oversee the export of perishable products through phytosanitary inspections, certification, food safety, and cold chain management. However, overarching all this is the desire for the PPECB to make South African perishable products more competitive in the market. Therefore, the PPECB should not be viewed only as being punitive, mainly to reject or stop export of product, but rather the bigger picture in this is we are wanting to make South Africa the preferred supplier in the market through good quality products. In executing our task, the PPCB is normally faced with a request to amend certain quality standards or to amend or to add new temperature regimes to our handling protocols. When we receive such requests, we do not just implement them blindly. We have to test and verify them before we implement them. And that is the role and function of research and development. Clearly, research and development is invaluable in our institution, and it's one that we cannot do without. However, research and development does not come cheap. It comes at a cost. It's a cost in terms of human capital. It's a cost in terms of tools and equipment. It's a cost in terms of operational expenses and other overheads. However, if PPCB is to accomplish its task, funding research is a necessary and unavoidable task, particularly if we are to achieve our goals of making South African products more acceptable, competitive in the market. In its recent strategic planning session, the PPCB relooked at its values and included innovation as one of the values. Therefore, the PPCB has put resources behind research and development and innovation for us to be able to be in sync with the changes of our environment. Research and development is therefore very important within the PPCB. As I conclude my address, I would like to end on 2 points. Firstly, I would like to use another quote from Brent Welch, who says, "If change outside the company is happening faster than change inside the company, the end is near." This therefore means we really need to invest in research and innovation so that we can be ahead of the change curve. The second point is that research and development is best unlocked through collaboration. I therefore hope that in future such events, the PPCB will be able to work with the ARC and DALAD and not only present as a panelist, but also present a paper or submit something for presentation here. Thank you very much for your attention. Please engage with us in this time here, and hope you enjoy this conference. Thank you.
Once again, another round of applause from the remarks of our state-owned entities. As you can see on our program, there's a slight change that I want to announce. We're also expected to hear some supporting remarks from the CEO of the National Agricultural Marketing Council, Dr. Ngangweni, who couldn't be here with us this morning because of other competing and urgent matters that he had to attend. We therefore then move with our program, and we hear from our sister department, who will also heavily involved in the field of research and development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Mufe, who is the DDG in the Department of Science and Technology. Doc, the stage is yours.
Good morning. Just have to figure out how this is going to work. I hope that my presentation has been loaded. So I think just the best way to start. I know the ARC has got teams working on genetics, and I might need to get some genes to be a little bit taller. The chairperson of the council and the CEO, I'm quite excited to have joined you here today. As the Department of Science and Innovation, we have been working already with both the Department of Agriculture, our sister department, and also with the ARC for ages. And I'm just going to highlight what our work revolves around in partnership with yourselves, and also to see how best we can actually improve on the current partnerships. We are in the process of implementing the new white paper for science, technology, and innovation, which has got a number of priorities, and we are implementing that through the decadal plan. And one of the central aspects of this implementation is that, having identified various pillars of our economy, agriculture is one such important priority. And we realize that the role of science, technology, and innovation is going to be about its modernization. So we know that the context of our operation, as the Minister has indicated, is very, very complex. The white paper was launched in 2019, and already there has been so many moving parts that impacts how we need to consistently, almost on the flight, kind of fixing the plane as it goes. Whether you talk about the pandemic, having to deal with issues of COVID, or whether you have to deal with the social-politic issues and geopolitics, and all of those things do have an impact on the work that we do. Just over a year ago, we were talking about the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and today we also add some other conflicts, and it just doesn't get better or easier. So, but we know that also the focus of our work is not just about doing the one thing, but it's about juggling so many balls. It's not just about food production, it's about how we do that sustainably. It's not just about having food, it's about how nutritious that kind of food is. It's not just about having food available, but it's also making sure that where and when it is available, it actually is accessible. And then it is also about making sure that we see the context and the ecosystem of how agriculture is critical in every other area. So whether you talk about a healthy nation and a capable state, we cannot have such without an agriculture that is serving its citizens. So this is just the vision of the white paper. I'm going to skip that. Obviously, the colleagues will share the presentation. And here is just the philosophy of the decadal plan. It's really about supporting research, and I need to indicate here that when we say supporting research, our context is very simple. We are the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation in terms of the mandate. However, we are a government department. So while we also have entities that are directly aligned to us as a department, where you talk about CSR, HSRC, Technology Innovation Agency, SACNAPS, whatever, we also are very mindful that in executing our mandate, we are doing so as a government department, and hence there is also a long-standing working relationship which also involves the transfer of funding, including the ARC, MINTEC, and other entities that are not necessarily within the stable of the Department of Science and Innovation. So I just want that to be emphasized, because sometimes we get caught up in these false silos of these departments. Ultimately, it's all taxpayers' money. So what are the decadal plan priorities? It's important to highlight this. And you will see that we talk about societal grand challenges, where we talk climate change and environment, the future of education, skills and work, the future of society. And you think there is no agriculture there, but agriculture is there, because all those things does impact on the work that we do. The modernization of sectors, we have chosen the following sectors: agriculture, manufacturing and mining, and yes, you probably see agriculture. The new sources of growth, the digital economy and the circular economy, you don't see agriculture there, but agriculture is there. Because when you do farming in this modern day and age, the whole aspect of digitization, the use of artificial intelligence, and other forms of digitization comes in. So it is quite crucial that we look as well into agriculture in the lens that also covers these areas of new sources of growth. Secularization is quite important. There is a need for us to make sure that the inputs don't actually compromise the environment, and also to make sure that as we do what we do, we also conserve our soils so that they can continue to be productive. The issue of... What is on the screen is that one? Oh, okay. I need to make sure that I'm seeing two screens. So I've just been told that one is for the other eye and one is for the other eye. So the large research and innovation programs, we're looking at energy and health. Again, you probably may not see agriculture, and I've said we cannot have a vibrant agricultural system without energy. And in some instances now, we also are talking about the role of agriculture in contributing to energy when we talk about bioenergy and things like those. Health is quite crucial. There is no health without food security. I think we really are aware of that. Research and innovation for a capable state, improve decision making and improve service delivery. Again, there is no state that is going to be considered capable unless it is able to feed its people. So what I'm trying to indicate here is that for every single priority that we are implementing as a Department of Science and Innovation, agriculture has got a role. So in terms of the modernization of agriculture, of course, we do this pretty much in alignment with the various policies, including the fact that when we do priorities that relate to agriculture, we're working very closely with our sister department because they are the ones who set the priorities, and we then support them through research and development. That is why we have been very active participants in the agriculture and the agro-processing plans, which are going to ensure that we deal with those issues of supporting the food security, inclusive growth, job creation, and export and growth. And really one of the things that as a country, when we talk about employment creation, we know the impact that agriculture and farming has in employment creation. And hence, when we provide the tools and new innovations, we just are able to amplify that. So as a department, we are very wary of that, and we work very closely with our partners to support that. So there is a lot of figures there. I'm not going to go through the slide in detail, but what we just see is that there is a need for us to increase investment in research and development in agriculture. There's no question about that. And the current investment is very low. When you look at what we invest, for example, in your sister Department of Health, and this I'm saying in the context of what has been mentioned here under the One Health concept, is that we cannot not care of our animals or even our plants and hope that we are caring for our people. Because of the complexity, we talk about zoonotic diseases, the reason why we had to deal with COVID, one of them, is just because sometimes we tend to not focus on the One Health concept. So the investment in agricultural research is going to be very crucial. So it is low. And I want to welcome the commitment that I had from the DDG, from the department, to say, indeed, we do need a lot of money to invest in agriculture, including, by the way, basic sciences. Because I always say, applied sciences and innovation are like harvesting. If you harvest without sowing, at some point there will be nothing to harvest. And we therefore need to say, we need to create that bedrock of research and development that creates the science on the basis of which there can be innovations. There can be the spinning out of enterprises that are going to deal with various agricultural issues. So we therefore need to really deal with that. And as a department, we're working very hard. And I will tell you one of the projects that we're working on to try and increase the investment of the investment in research and development. I'm going to skip this slide and just very briefly talk about some of the initiatives that we are doing around what we call the Agricultural Bioinnovation Partnership Program. This is really part of the implementation of the bioeconomy strategy that we published in 2013. It has got a number of pillars, both of them related. We got health, we got agriculture, we got indigenous knowledge systems. We also have industrial biotechnology. Now, when we talk about the aspect of looking at agricultural bioinnovation, we are also looking at how, of course, and that has also been mentioned, I think, by the DDG, is how do you make sure that this science that is being done doesn't just stay in the laboratory, but is actually reaching out to the farmers out there so that they can improve their production. So it mustn't just be those farmers who are well off, who are able to have access to science to improve their production, but it must be shared to the rest of the farming community. The issue of biosecurity, we've mentioned that we have launched that jointly with the department, I think it was last year or year before last. The issue of indigenous knowledge, or indigenous crops is very important. And I think we've got a very good program that is involving the ARC here as well, I saw Dr. Sonia, who is one of the researchers that is doing that. And is how do we look at some of these indigenous crops, some of which are actually very nutritious, very tolerant, even in the period of these challenges that we're going through under climate change, and just make sure that perhaps we grow them and make them more commercial and bring them to the mainstream. So that really is one of the things that we need to look at. This is really just the slide I've referred to earlier on. In terms of partnerships, we cannot do anything without partnerships within government departments as well, so that we avoid duplication. We don't have resources and the luxury of saying, oh, this is my little money, I'm going to do my little thing here. But we need to really bring these resources together and make sure that we partner. So that is why when we talk about innovation and research in agriculture, you'll find that we'll bring the CSR, there will be Technology Innovation Agency, and most critically, which sometimes we ignore, the likes of the HSRC must be brought on board, because some of the uptake of technologies has to be how we understand the perceptions out there and the social and other challenges that we deal with. Otherwise, we end up with good innovations that aren't taken up because they are socially unacceptable. So we need to make sure that we bring on board human sciences research in the work that we do. This is really just to reflect back on the launch of the Biosecurity Hub. I'm not going to spend much time on this. Around digitization, I think I have referred to this. Farming, just like any other area today, is pretty much going to be driven by the latest developments in technologies, including artificial intelligence, the use of data, predictive models that are based on information that we create. And therefore, the data that we generate is very important to help us make certain decisions around investment in R&D. And we have, and I also sit in the group on Earth observation, where we're looking at also, there are a number of even spin-out companies that are looking at the use of Earth observation data to improve production and farming. Just moving towards the last slide is the issue of the enablement of STI governance and funding architecture. We realize that science is cross-cutting, and as a result of that, there needs to be, in terms of governments at the highest level, making sure that there is a convening of the ministers under the IMC, the Interministerial Committee, but also the convening of the plenary through the presidency, where we all can talk about research in all other areas, including agriculture, so that the priorities that we set are not just what the DSI is excited about, but it must be on the basis of national interest. We also have what we call this service delivery model, where we're saying the role of the DSI vis-a-vis other government departments. And you'll see there's a green line that starts high and it goes low. It's basically saying we are, as a department, responsible generally for the investment in basic research, but we play through the value chain, which is why you see the role of the likes of technology innovation around funding and commercialization. However, as we do this research, we need to work with line departments, in this instance, agriculture. And why is this crucial? Is because there also needs to be some form of investment or co-investment in funding. And that is why we are now busy with a project or a program of what we call budget coordination, where we are working to make sure that those other government departments that have got a good or an extensive RDI portfolio can actually also make the contribution to research and development. And we're not saying the money should come to the department, but we're saying let's ensure that the money that has been designated for research and science and innovation does that. It mustn't do other things because something has come up. So that's really what we do. And of course, we are not saying we play there, it's dead and dry. We play throughout, but the role actually gets slimmer as we continue. So that's basically what we do. We're looking forward to engagement over the next couple of days, and then we'll see how best we can also do some of the joint programmings of the project going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc, for that very well-delivered presentation from the perspective of the Department of Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come towards the end of the opening session of the conference. I would like to then invite the Acting Director General of the Department, Ntate Ndobe, to come and make the closing remarks. After his presentation, may I please just plead with yourself to just remain on your seat so that we can provide you with the instruction as well as the briefing of the rest of the session and the following subsequent session going forward. Ntate Ndobe, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Program Director, Minister, and other public representatives that may be here or in other platforms, the Chairperson of ARC, CEO of ARC and other public entities, senior managers from the different departments, heads of provincial departments, international organizations, multinational organizations that are here, and our partners, particularly FAO, captain of the industry, and our partners, senior official from the private sector, leadership from the organized agriculture, the scientific community, and academia, farmers, producers, conference delegates, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, please accept the warmest greetings from the department. Science, technology, innovation, and research are cornerstones of any development in any sector or a country. Therefore, it is an honor and privilege to engage directly with dedicated men and women who spend their valuable time and spare no effort to improve the sector and to contribute to the national interest. It is with great pleasure and indeed to see you gathered in this manner with the intention to take stock of the progress made in research and development in South Africa, and also to map the way forward. In my view, this conference is part of demonstration of how to relate with factors of production as envisaged by one of the greatest revolutionaries in our history, Karl Marx, who understand that the four critical factors of production are imported: your land, your capital, labor, as well as your management or entrepreneurship. And we all know that our sector is directly affected by these observations. And indeed, research and development is central to all these factors. And hence we are excited about this conference. And we so hope that the exhibition, the research topics, will in one or the other talk to the coexistence as a sector, mainly to produce food and fiber, create jobs, and help to grow the economy in a sustainable basis. The department view this conference as a remarkable milestone in the history of agriculture in our country. This marks the beginning of another key chapter to amplify the use of science in transforming our food system for the better future. We find it quite befitting to acknowledge the organizers of this conference, as well as the partnership we cherished through the years, working together with the state-owned enterprises like ARC and the others. ARC's leadership, governance, led by the CEO and the board chair, Ms. Isaacs, as well as the leadership of the department, led by the DG, Tatera Masodi, and the minister, both in absentia, allow me to unequivocally convey our words of gratitude. Thank you for ensuring that this week, this month, we gather in a manner we are to share objectives of building a thriving agricultural sector, premised, amongst others, on research, technology, and development. Indeed, it's worth to give them a round of applause. Program Director, also allow me to acknowledge the previous speakers. Drawing from their presentation, I hope we could all see the importance of partnership and collaborations, and how science is important for food security and the entire agricultural sector. At the end of this conference, we must continue to strengthen our relationship, because if we work together, nothing, and I say nothing, can defeat us. From a subsistence farmer in Kadzingi, or a smallholder farmer, or a commercial farmer in Lusikisiki, an agricultural school in the Eastern Cape, agricultural college in Free State, a university in the Western Cape and elsewhere in the country, an agricultural service center in the Northwest or anywhere else. All that we need is that we need to be together. We need each other for the benefit of the sector as well as for the benefit of this country. Our department will tirelessly provide much needed support to initiate that seek to brighten the agricultural sector. Program Director, also allow me to indicate that the department, as a department, we fully align ourselves with the objective of this conference, including its sub-themes, because it resonates very well with the mandate of the sector. As a department and the sector, we are doing great work, but one of our greatest weaknesses is that we never have time to tell our stories. And we believe this conference is a right platform where we can be able to share our experience that we have gathered over a period of time to our farmers, the media, and all interested parties. In the context of the theme and the sub-themes of this conference, one could see that there are turning point issues in agricultural sector today. As we seek to transform our food systems, we cannot do that without investing in climate-smart agricultural technologies. We cannot do that without investing in soil, water use, conservation and management. We cannot transform our food system without investing in the fourth industrial revolution and the big data in agriculture. We cannot do without investing in One Health and biosecurity innovation. All these are part of the strategic discussion at the management level. From the past years, the department and ARC have worked together and spent a lot of resources, both financial and non-financial, on research and development. And that has resulted in huge spin-offs to the sector at the level of entrepreneurship and agricultural trade in particular. We will continue with our efforts to invest in research and technology, innovation and development across the entire sector and covering all the key industries. Our principals, led by the minister and our MECs through a MINMEC and the executives through EXCO, continue to provide the necessary support to relevant initiatives that are done by the department and ARC that relates to research and development. What remains now is to strengthen our dissemination of research and development outcomes to the end users, including, and more importantly, the previously disadvantaged individual. We are quite aware of the strict market products that require some level of research, technology, and innovation to fine-tune them to ensure that they are healthy and safe to the consumers. As we gather here, we need to be thinking of amplifying access by the previously disadvantaged farmers to the centers of excellency, as well as strengthening the agriculture and agro-processing initiatives. We are quite optimistic that the various presentations to be delivered through this conference will in a way be beneficial to our master plans, the department strategic plans, the provincial department's strategic plans, NDP, CADAP, and other initiatives that will translate our sectoral efforts into job creation, rural development, food security, and success at the level of subsistence, smallholder farmers, as well as commercial farmers. We have in the years experienced challenges that are very depressing. Of recent, the avian influenza, the continuous challenge with the foot and mouth diseases, fall armyworms, tomato leaf miner, black spot and citrus. Also experience harsh weather conditions, dwindling of our water resources, introduction and spread of alien species, of some of the indigenous seeds, and propagation material, mostly at the village level and all these issues are enough to give you work every day as researchers. It is against this background that the role of agricultural research and development in food and agriculture and trade fraternity is of paramount importance. And we are banking on the scientific community to provide the long-lasting solution. As we gathered here today, we must be mindful of intensifying our national research program and our system as it relates to infrastructure, technology, expertise, academia institutions, including schools, colleges, universities, as well as government research campuses and institutions. And as we are gathered here today, for the duration of this conference, we need also to be mindful in strengthening our R&D coordination mechanisms and partnerships. Together we can build a thriving agricultural sector on research and development. As I conclude, let me take this opportunity and make a clarion call to the conference delegates to draw some lessons from the research and the outcomes and further engage, frankly, in making inputs and establishing solutions that will need help in shaping the R&D program in South Africa for the benefit of our food, agriculture, as well as trade. As we adjourn from this plenary session, I wish you all a successful conference. We will meet again in the next plenary in a very important day on the 14th of February. I will not say much about it. I hope the organizers of this conference had some thinking about it. And hopefully, as we close, we'll have a long-term roadmap, at least 10 years and beyond. This is the first conference of its own, which brings together and consolidates previous efforts, and we need to agree on how we can build on this giant step and not lose the momentum we have already generated. We'll need to make strong and strategic proposals on how the future conferences can be hosted, taking into consideration their frequencies, the resources required, and the need to share new technologies and science in the sector. But noting its importance and the resources required to ensure we all maintain an acceptable quality of conference, we are positive that the future conferences will also attract contributions from our private sector partners and international partners as well. Your full participation in various breakaway sessions of the conference will be greatly treasured. And I think, without any contradiction, let the Festival of Ideas begin. I wish you the best in your engagement till the end of the conference. Have a great day until we meet again. Thank you so much.
Once again, a round of applause for the acting DG. Chairwoman, I'm not sure if the acting DG was referring to your outfit when he reminded us of the Valentine, but we can discuss that in the next session. As they bring forth to the gifts, I think also the representative from the PPCP. If you can come to the stage, all the speakers that have spoken during this session. We will send the e-gift to the minister virtually. And to thank the minister, Chairwoman, I think she just sent an SMS. Said it's one of the first sessions where I've seen the minister came first before the speakers. And she stayed along throughout the morning session. So another round of applause to the minister, which we can now release from the session. Ladies and gentlemen, what will happen now, we will hand over the gift assisted by the CEO to all the speakers. Immediately once they have their gifts, what will happen is that I will ask the chairperson of the ARC to lead, together with the acting DG, to lead all the people who have the yellow tag or the VIP yellow tag into the exhibition area where she will take through the stalls. You can join that delegation. And then thereafter, the remainder of the colleagues who in that time, once they have departed the hall, will proceed, assisted by the ushers, into the tea session in the hall. Once the chairperson has went through the exhibition, she will invite one of the delegates or the leadership of the ARC into the media briefing, which will then thereafter they will join the rest of the delegates in the tea session in that order. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very interesting and a very insightful session in the morning. What we'll have a 20 minutes break. Thereafter, we are coming back in the session where we'll be hearing some of the priorities in terms of the research and development coming in from our different provinces led by the head of departments in those respective provinces. Thereafter, we'll hear the research agenda and the priorities from our industries, which are partners that really guide our research agenda to ensure that it's responding to the challenges and opportunities that our industry is facing. So as has been said, the ARC is in business. It has always been in business, but it's in business with partners, and you are those partners in the future going forward. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful listener.
Thank you, Program Director. We are at the tail end, but we want to take this opportunity for our guests who shared some of their thoughts with us this morning to accept a small token of appreciation from us. And you can please just come through. We will give you a small package to take home. Sorry? All right. Let me call them. First one is going to be Mr. Srache. Then Dr. Ntsabele. And then we will have Mr. Kumalo. And then Dr. Morfe. Mr. Ndobe. Right. And then the chairperson. And then, last but not least, our program director for this morning, who has done an excellent job. I think we all agree. Okay, we can just have a group one quickly.
Now it's a
Sorry, everyone. I'm told that we forgot the most important part for those that might want to visit the toilets. They are right at the back through the hall. You can get those in there. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the exhibitions, please. The discussions, let's take them to the exhibitions. We go to my left. The door is to my left, to the exhibition area.
Kenny G.
Another one? That's from the
Hi everyone. So I'm Prudence Mtweni. So I'm from the Plant Health and Protection. So in the Plant Health and Protection, we work with the bacteria, the virus, and the fungi. So those are the bad ones which cause plant diseases, and we also work with the good ones, which is the beneficial nitrogen fixation, which is the one that helps plants to grow and help with the nodulation. And we also have our culture collection for viruses, bacteria, fungi, nematodes, entomology, and also spiders. So, and we also develop biocontrol agents using fungi against insects, and we also have identified the fall armyworm, and we're also developing the fungi that the trichoderma, which is used as a biostimulant and also as a biocontrol of various pests and diseases. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next in our mother department, Dara to take us through.
This side here, we are promoting animal protection. This side is food transport and import stuff. That side is diesel registration. Whatever you want to know about diesel registration, you get the information there. We are very active. When you're moving around, you're gonna see the irrigation use directorate is that side. We've got land use land management that side. We've got also disaster to our provincial office. Yeah, that side is state number 6. I'll hand over to my colleagues. We'll start with the. Can you please take the through the
Hey everyone, my name is Ramon Chiga. Our goal is the property, the registration of land. Other than registering the immovable property, we also do registration of antenuptial contract. Antenuptial contract are the contract entered by two parties who intend to marry out of community of property. So we do the registration. We also register mortgage bonds and notarial bonds. Mortgage bonds are the loans taken over immovable property, and then notarials are for movable property. Everyone's property. in terms of registration. That's precisely what we do. So this tool can assist you now to verify property details all across South Africa.
And getting in the rural areas.
You are a dangerous man.
In the communal areas.
The communal areas are mostly registered as farm areas, which are registered under the National Republic of South Africa.
But
that's most of the time.
You said everything.
So it's something to... People these days, they don't want to go, they want to order online and deliver. You can actually work with take a lot and online shops, work from there. The life is too fast. No, yes, life is too fast. So all people want to check online symptoms, then they go disease symptoms link, OBP link, the lumpy skin vaccine, then it goes through. You verify it with the animal ID so that it's the animals. I think that's right. Let's just take one private company. I think we've left the chair behind us. Take one private.
Oh, all right. When it's time. Thank you.
What do you do? It looks like something that's a drink.
Yes, it's time gin. Yes.
Made up of what?
It's made out of gin and 5 secret ingredients.
No, I'm saying there. Is it from hop or is it
Valentine? It's your normal potato.
That's why I was.
Gin from grape.
It's going to be good for your palates and to heal you here and there.
And spiritually.
Of course.
Thanks a lot. Something. Okay.
Yeah, so this is the break from the cannabis plant. So this is the stock here. These are it shows that it's got good thermal properties, you know. So yeah. So this is a hand tool, a decorticator hand tool. So you crush and then you get the fiber like this, then you comb the fiber, make it clean, then you are able to make ropes, fabric, and all that, yeah. So this is for your insulation, drywall partitioning, even Mercedes-Benz is using this in their car seats, and you know, so yeah, this is the power of hemp. Yeah. From food to shelter to clothes. So this is a, yeah, so this is the whole thing.
ke yona fela nje ka mo ya taste bona ke ka mahlako a ke re ka ba bedi ke ka mahlako go fihlile ke one stop outside ke ka mahlako
joint, or you can take this and now you compress them to make oils, to make medicine, to make your gummies and everything. Then the leaves we start to make products. You can make your bath soap, you can make your hair shampoo, or you can even make facial creams, including sprays and everything. So what you got left with, you get left with the stalks. So here are the stalks, and this is what we call a decorticator, but this is a hand decorticator. What it does, it crushes this thing and it separates. So what you get the herbs, the chives, one side, then you get this, which is now the fiber we're looking for. So now, using a comb, you can comb it to this level. Then it depends on what method you'll be using. Either you'll be using a spinning method to make a yarn, to make a string, or even to make a rope. All that again can make even what we call a paper. Remember, canvas comes from cannabis, so the first canvas was made with cannabis tree. So this is the thing, or you can even make corrugated iron. So with cannabis, we bath, we clothe, we eat, we medicate ourselves, and even we shelter ourselves. So Rasta things grow in Africa, industrial Dhaka development. Wow, what now? Thank you, bro.
Jetse ka di-product tsa hao.
Rena re tswa go Nolenga farm, re na le di-product tsa di-aloe forex, di-organic, re tshela ka organic. Ke aloe ya hlooho, hair oil is aloe hair oil,
toner ya aloe, carrot oil, aloe face wash, face oil with face soap, juice, teataba, aloe juice, the product the powder organic, chili sauce. The sauce is organic also, and organic powder, and also rabbit's biltons for chronic people, and for the soap, I'm also made with organic products, and the test with organic products. And we also accredited. Offering non-skin and accredited skin.
Where's the baby? Where's the meeting?
And the ARC. To introduce our panel members this morning I'll start from my far left, Mr. Terry Lore, Acting DG of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. To his right is Ms. Joanne Isaacs, Chairperson of Council of Agricultural Research Council. Then we have Deputy Director General, Mr. Pekelele Serati, who is also the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. We also have the CEO and President of the Agricultural Research Council, Dr. Itama. We will take a round of questions. The round will be you will raise your hand, stand up, introduce us, and the leader of the house will present and proceed to ask your question. I will start with the first round of questions. Please do say who you are directing the question to.
Cobus du Plessis from Farmers Weekly. It's, maybe the chairperson or CEO can answer this. ARC has been in existence since 1990. We're now in 2024 and this maiden presentation. Why has it taken so many years to arrange something like this?
Is there a mic somewhere?
Can I have a roving mic, please?
Can I come and stand? Okay. It is Valentine's Day, and I'm going to try and anticipate this. I think it's actually a very valid question.
I think it's four things that we have a build-up. I think we have the agreement with the department, which was critical for this endeavor. The second one is, I think there has been so much talk about having it and yet couldn't get over that hill to make it real. Third thing is, you also need funding support, which the department has given us to do it. But perhaps I think the biggest issue was the need to build on stakeholders. And so you rightly ask, why now? I think what we would like to respond is, we have to start somewhere. So we would like to see this as not a once-off, but probably every second year event. And for me, it's better late than never. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. May we have the next question, please? Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Got this one. Thank you so much. My name is Glorious Sefako Musi from SABC News. I'd like to just find out where we are as a country in terms of the outbreak of the avian influenza that we've seen ravaging the sector in the past year, and where we are in terms of vaccination, the vaccination process.
I think this one. Yes, thank you. I think this one, without you asking, we assume you are directing to the department. Yes. We have been able to contain the avian flu, not control, not eradicate it, but to slow, if you like, or to stop the spread of the avian flu. The good thing is with the avian flu, it's easy, unlike foot and mouth, it's easy because of the lifespan of chickens and all of that. So we've been able to contain it. And the other question is about vaccines. We've been able to register vaccine for one strain, and we're still going through other processes. But I need to already at this point indicate that vaccination is the last resort. So we've registered, we're busy working towards another vaccine for the other strain, but the intention is not to roll it out unless there is absolute need. So where the numbers are at this stage, we don't think it's necessary to vaccinate, but we're happy that for the first time in the history of government, it goes even beyond 30 years, we've never had a vaccine for bird flu, but now we've got for H5. Very soon we hope to have a vaccine for H7. This we keep and hope we do not have an uncontrollable outbreak. So don't be surprised if there's another outbreak and we're not vaccinating. We'll look at the numbers, and if it gets uncontrollable, we will then vaccinate.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please.
There's more than 70 papers being delivered. At the end of this conference on the 14th, what would you hope the outcome to be?
So, one of the objectives here is to share some of the work that is being done from a science perspective. And we hope that with this handful of papers, and because it's far from being everything. In the last year alone, when we look at scientific publications, not including even what has been published elsewhere in other outlets. When we look at scientific publications, the ARC had more than 400 publications that had been put out there, scientific publications in different, journals, scientific journals. So this is just a snapshot of the work that is being done. We hope through publicizing some of this work, we can be able, first of all, to have all our stakeholders have a little bit of understanding of some of the work that is happening here. But secondly, which I think is also very important, is that because we do all our work through partnerships, we can start seeing ourselves in terms of opportunities within some of the work that is taking place within the ARC. But the third part is also to see what are some of the technologies that are being developed that are part of the publications that we have here that have a potential for even better scaling up and scaling out and reaching even more beneficiaries. And I think that's why the, doing this together with the department is very strategic in the sense that you already have that linkage well established as we start the conversation in terms of what's going to happen in terms towards transformation of our food systems using science as a great change maker in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. You had your hand up, ma'am.
Nothando Makutule from SABC News. I just have a question. It's more like a follow-up question to Clarice's question on vaccines. I understand that there's a lack in investment for research in the Agricultural Research Department. Considering that we still do need a lot of vaccines to vaccinate the different kinds of animals to ensure food security in the country, how far are you in implementing strategies to ensure that you do attract investment into this department?
Is it okay. You go. Okay, thanks. Because the question is so critical, all of us want to jump at the mic. There hasn't been enough investment in the country in scientific and science infrastructure, in particular ARC. So just a bit of a background. ARC before 1990 was part of the department. So round about CODESA and that time, 1990, ARC was strategically formed into a research and science support to government. But what did not happen, you would understand that the laws happened and the Public Finance Management Act came in 1999. So there wasn't sufficient planning, if you like, towards funding research, basically scientific research. And zooming into Honors the Board biological product, which became the state-owned entity in 2000, 1999-2000. The old infrastructure still held at that point, and you pushed. But unfortunately, all the fleet, as you know, needs to be revised, and the technology is moving and everything else. So it took some time, we agree, for investment and to ensure that the infrastructure and as well as the capacity, basically, that we inherited, people became older and left the institutions because the funding was not appropriately aligned. ARC, for instance, could not appoint scientists as they needed. They could not buy new infrastructure and equipment as required. They relied on the old ones. And over time, we now realized, unfortunately, that we did not invest, but we've started already. Just quickly, we've, just from the department side, allocated 25 million rand this financial year towards OBP, so they can refurbish some of the equipment so that they can be able to produce. That's one start that we have done. And ARC also is producing foot and mouth vaccine. We've also allocated funding and for them for equipment as well. So we have started. You want to?
Just to add to that, ARC, in terms of its funding model as well, which is, I think, perhaps what makes it slightly different from other institutions that get allocations from the parliamentary grant or the government grant, is that a portion of our revenue comes from doing several projects for the sector. We provide diagnostic services for the sector. We generate revenues also from our intellectual property. All the cultivars that we talk about here that are being produced, some are marketed not only in South Africa but outside of the country, internationally. We have partners everywhere. And so we collaborate with a number of domestic and international partners to generate additional revenues. And I think that's where we need to also direct a number of efforts, and it's already paying well. But for you to be able to leverage, partnership funding, what we are talking about today, you will hear the word partnerships all the time, because we want to really strengthen those relationships. We see that as key to our work. But to be able to do that, you also need something that you are going to contribute to that common pot, so that you can be able to co-create technologies. But at the time that technologies are being developed, there is already a very well-established market for those technologies, because you are working with industry partners. You know exactly what's going to happen to it afterwards. So there is a number of other elements besides what is coming from the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of the media. We are going to take one last question, and then we have to close this briefing.
Thank you. Susan Marais from Pulse Media. Mr. Sarahi, I just want to know, if you say that 25 million rand for this financial year, is it the one that's coming to an end now, or is it the one that's starting, and is that over and above the normal allocation for the ALC?
To OBP. So ARC has just this financial year, as part for research purposes, they've got 140 million rand. This current 2023-2024, the one that is ending in April, ARC had 140 million rand. The previous financial year, they had around 530 million rand just for research. That's ARC. The 25 million rand is going to OBP, to get OBP to get its equipment correct and everything else, because 2024-2025, like you had the CEO, OBP is going to change how it operates. It's going to talk to provinces. It's going to go to provinces. Provinces would be the ones that tell us which vaccines for which diseases and how many, what is their head count. Then OBP will be producing vaccines. Hence, we are starting with the 25 million just so they can get the infrastructure right. After which, we will then be able to have funding going, and they will be selling anyway the vaccines, so they will make profit. Just so, thank you, just so can clarify. We don't want OBP to steal the thunder for ARC, but they are siblings. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DDG. We have come to the end of this media briefing. We can continue with one-on-one interviews. If there are any more questions in the media room right after this, we will allow the conference to continue for now. Thank you.
Colleagues, while we are coming into the hall, can I just request any more departmental representatives that will join us on the stage? I will just bring another chair. And I just want to say that the chairperson of the session is still in the briefing, media briefing session. He will join us soon.
Sorry, can you just explain? I see main, so is that in my presentation, and then is the second slide on that? No, I don't know, but I assume so. I assume so. My apologies. Mrs. Sarafi, so I did your job and got but if there's only 7 provinces, but maybe not everybody is.
No, we'll
We
check.
can just check and then
Let's
I'll
check.
add another chair or 2 if
Let's add-
necessary.
yeah, let's add
And
two
I have also, I've cramped you there, Ms. Are you good?
It's fine. So we'll sit here, then I'll sit when I'll take the chair wherever standing.
Is it your
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, and let's welcome to the second session. If we can all get settled, please get the doors closed so we can preserve the air conditioning. All doors, please. And let's double check also if there's anybody from, I think we have got 7 HODs or HOD reps, any province that's not represented on the stage. There are not many, so I can count them. Northwest, Northern Cape, Western Cape. Where is Limpopo? Oh, it's Heidi. Limpopo, Northern Cape, KZN, Mpumalanga, Free State. Which one is missing? Northwest is here. Gauteng, the host. How is that possible? They're supposed to be 9. So Eastern Cape, I'm told, it's merging with Western Cape. So they are being proactive with the elections. They will find them having merged. So Western Cape, you are representing the Cape. Yeah, but North is merging with Northwest proximity. So you can see how they are sitting. Northern Cape and Northwest. You can't separate them. So let's get started. Thank you very much. We're going to take brief presentations from the HODs. Their script is the same. In less than 3 minutes, they take us through what are their priorities, priority programs, what areas of their work they feel requires more research, what areas of their work do they feel they don't have sufficient responses to. Because this is why you bring scientists together. You bring scientists together to look for solutions. And so we're going to start in alphabetical order challenges. Let's start with, I'm right-handed, so I'll start with Limpopo. And then we come this way. Over to you, HOD.
Program Director, the chairperson already establishing the protocol, so I'll protocol. May I first convey an apology from the acting head of department, Mr. Nowata MSJ, who unfortunately could not be with us due to other pressing engagements. I am Katu Chikoromo. I'm director responsible for crop sciences in the department and have been requested to share with this August conference the main agricultural developmental challenges and priorities of the Limpopo province. Of course, the theme of the conference is science transforming food systems for a better future. And there could be no better focus for research in agriculture to address the key challenges facing the sector. Our remarks as Limpopo Province will focus on the main agricultural developmental challenges as requested, and indeed the priorities of the province, but we'll also share some thoughts, some proposals for research considerations. Program Director, the main agricultural developmental challenges in our province are perhaps exacerbated by the triple challenges faced by our country that have already been well pronounced: poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The key agricultural challenges that we face as Limpopo include the issues related to climate change and associated higher frequencies of droughts and increased water shortages. The issue around crop pests and diseases, of course, thinking of the fall armyworm, the oriental fruit fly, which of course is very, very problematic, especially with the province being a major producer of subtropical fruit, the tomato leaf miner, and a whole lot of other pests. On the animal production sector, yes, there are a whole lot of diseases, but foot and mouth has been the one that has been so much emphasized since this morning. The persistent outbreak of FMD continues to be of serious concern, not just for Limpopo, but South Africa at large. And this is because of the economic impact that the disease is having on the agricultural sector in terms of trade bans, as well as domestic markets that are affected by restricted movements of cloven-hoofed animals. The issue around the higher input costs, looking at electricity, the fuels, and fertilizers continue to be quite problematic and challenging to our province. Now, accordingly, proceeding to the priorities, informed by the policy priorities outlined in the medium-term strategic framework, the key focus priorities of the Limpopo province include the following: the issue around revitalization of primary agriculture and agro-processing. The department has prioritized support and spending towards the Limpopo revitalization of agriculture and agro-processing value chains. We acronymed it RAVAC. The issue around market access to improve domestic and export market access by all farmers continues to be a matter of focus for us as a province. Reducing vulnerability and risks that are associated with climate change, some of which, of course, I just outlined a bit earlier. So it continues also to be a matter that we focus a lot on. Agricultural training and skills development to improve the skills base of the sector continues to be a very, very important priority. And of course, this would be reason why we always welcome, even as part of the research programs, that where we are able in our projects to involve the young graduates, those who would be doing their masters and doctoral degrees, we always welcome that because we consider that a very, very important aspect of human capital development. The issue of sector transformation to promote and support meaningful participation by black farmers, including women, youth, and people with disabilities, is also a priority for us as a department. And the final one that we thought we would share would be the issue on research and development, looking at alternative crop cultivars, looking at various livestock breeds, as well as the efficient production technologies. Program Director, for effectively transforming food systems for a better future, we propose the following for agricultural research. The first thing that we thought would be very, very important would be the issue around increased agricultural water use efficiency. As has been pronounced earlier in this meeting, South Africa is a low rainfall country with a mean annual rainfall of about 450 millimeters per annum on average, well below the world average of about 860 millimeters, while evapotranspiration, on the other hand, is comparatively high, implying more loss of the water from the less rainfall received. Agriculture consumes at least 60% of the water resource globally, and clearly is very evident that the water that we eat far exceeds the quantity consumed for any other purpose. The global population is also growing, and the pressure for improvement of livelihoods for all global citizens continues to grow, and both these require more supply of water. The vast research already conducted for increased efficiency of agricultural water use is noted. With the aforesaid in mind, it is deemed necessary for investments to be made for more research to be conducted across agricultural commodities and production practices. The issue around pest and disease management, some research has also been made in this regard, but for the Limpopo province, also exacerbated by the geographic location of the province, the aspects under which the province finds itself in this regard requires that more research be conducted on the whole issue of pests and disease management. Of course, Limpopo is the northmost province, the gateway to the rest of our continent, and almost everything else that lands in South Africa from the continent ultimately finds itself first in Limpopo. That, unfortunately, includes a whole lot of these pests, and being next to the Kruger National Park, the issue around FMD may not need to be overemphasized. The need for continued investment in research on various aspects of pest and disease management can therefore never be overemphasized. Program Director, as I conclude, the province deemed it necessary to highlight the essence of collaboration and the issue around the indigenous systems. I choose not to even read again the issues around collaborations, for this has been receiving so much attention for the whole morning, but it remains very, very important. Perhaps just to indicate that taking advantage of the natural resources that we actually have, it would also be proposed that we not neglect our indigenous resources, and those would include the indigenous underutilized crops, those would include the indigenous knowledge system. We would propose as a province that research also consider these issues. For science to effectively transform food systems for a better future, agricultural research knowledge and technologies should not only inform policy, but should have increased adoption by farmers and all value chain players. And as the Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, we join the others in congratulating the Agricultural Research Council and indeed also DALAT in the very important work that you are doing, and in the organization of this conference, we are told the very first of its own nature. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Dr. Chikolomo. You don't age, so I didn't want to call you because I thought you look like him, but you're not him. So I expected you to be old before I tell them where you started at the college, principal, and all the other years, so I can say all the secrets. Thank you very much, Limpopo. As we take Western Cape, so you first don't allocate time. You want to see how HODs behave, you just let them go. So the first one tells you that I think I need a timer. 3 minutes, Dr. Zwopeza, HOD Western Cape.
Firstly, thank you very much, Program Director. It's good to be here. I tend to like the Chinese, and there's a proverb in Chinese that says, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. And the next best time is now. And what is happening here today is the second opportunity we have. A very historic moment, I think, in our country, which I think we should all celebrate. Earlier I was sending some colleagues of the ERC some messages to say that I think the next conference, President, should be about the nexus between the human health, the plant health, and the animal health. Because we've all learned lessons as to, in 2020, the whole story of COVID. But I also believe what is happening here is totally upstream, in the sense that we're finding ways to solve problems before they actually happen. My colleague from PPCB quoted the Bill Gates, and I thought to myself, I want to be like him. So when I grow old one day, I want to be like the colleague Kumalo from PPCB. We learned from Bill Gates that investment in agriculture, and I want to add investments in agricultural research, are the best weapons against hunger and poverty. And they've made life better for billions of people. And I think today is that beginning that begins to say, in this country, we are going to look at research differently. Because without research, we can actually bid farewell to this important sector. The Western Cape Agriculture indeed commends the ARC and DALAT for this bold step. Because in the Western Cape, where I come from, agriculture is responsible for 11% of the GDP, but also contributes 17% of the jobs in that particular province. As many of you would know, that the Western Cape agriculture is completely export-oriented, so over 50% of what we produce in value is exported. And we think for us to continue to maintain that particular trajectory, we're going to need a lot of research. But in the words of the DDG, Mr. Serrage, whom I learned today is Siraj. And by the way, when that comment was made, I went to the internet to check how Judge Siraj looks. And I want to confirm he does look like Mr. Serrage. We're asked to reflect on our priorities. There are 5 priorities for the Western Cape, and therefore any research that gets done must help us to respond to those priorities. The first one is obviously extension, training, and research. We think agriculture is a science, and therefore science needs research. But importantly, it must be research that answers questions. It cannot be research that is a pet subject for researchers because we want to have accolades for having conducted research. It is our view that whatever research that gets conducted must respond to the challenges that face society. The next priority for us is farmer support. We believe strongly that farmers have and hold the potential for growing the economy, but also creating the jobs that we need. And in the Western Cape, we have done several iterations around the land reform performance over the last 15 years. And the scientific evidence tells us that those who have supported are indeed doing well, with the latest results indicating that about 84% of the land reform businesses we supported are indeed successful. But the third priority for us, which is very important, is the whole issue of climate change. And a lot of was said here today about climate change. We have the view that climate is not changing, but has changed. In fact, it has shifted. Because in the Western Cape last year, and I'm sure the rest of the provinces can attest to the same scenario, we had about 4 episodes of floods, never to be witnessed in the history of the province, quantified at over 4.4 billion rands losses. So we believe that the research must actually look at the extent to which we look at ways around which we are going to adapt. And the colleague also from PPCB said, if change outside the organization is faster than change within the organization, you must know that the end is near. So it's important that we begin to invest in research that will enable us to respond to those. The fourth one is the whole issue of market access. We think it's important that we strengthen this area of work, because what farmers produce must certainly find its way into the market. The last issue is the whole issue of important that we look at the extent to which farmers are supported. Now, what are the challenges? Obviously, President of the ERC, we don't believe that research is funded adequately in South Africa. But we also don't believe that there is enough coordination as to how and what research gets done. And I think the call we want to make is that the structures that had been identified before now, in the Western Cape, for instance, we've got what we call Western Cape Agricultural Research Forum that pulls together government and the private sector, beginning to read from the same hymn sheet as to what needs to be conducted as research. We think this gives us a platform for us to begin to conduct research in a broader sense, but also research that does not only involve government, that you bring academia, you also bring colleagues from the industry. We also don't believe that government alone can champion this mission. And therefore you need the whole of society, but more importantly, the whole of government approach to respond to the particular challenges. Chairperson, I think that's in a nutshell what we want to share here today. But suffice to say, congratulations to your president and to the colleagues at DALAT for this historic event. And we're looking forward to many more of this nature as we build the sector that we want in the Republic of South Africa. Bye, Dankie.
Thank you. Western Cape, round of applause again, Dr. Svopeta and Dr. Chikolomo from Limpopo and Western Cape. And now we come to, I'm conflicted. Northwest is my home province, so everything we must just say nice things about Northwest. Because, you know, I come from there, so. HOD Tupi Muhata.
Thank you very much, Program Director. In fact, I took over from him in 2021 when he was acting there. So I'm not going to say much, but to say thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you the challenges and the priorities of the Northwest Province. As we all know, the Northwest has a strong and varied agricultural sector, and the province's 3 district climatic regions are home to 3 very types of commodities. The dry western region is where large beef cattle herds are found, and the growing game ranching and hunting industry has its base. The eastern and northeastern parts of the province receive relatively good rainfall and are suitable for the cultivation of a wide variety of crops. I will just jump other slides and just focus on the major challenges facing agriculture in the Northwest. Food security is identified as the big challenge for our province, and it requires a strategic intervention. What we are saying as a province is rural in nature, but what happens is we don't see any beneficiation of our raw materials. We produce raw materials and they are taken to other provinces for processing. So we need to change that. So that is our biggest challenge at the moment. As my colleague from the Western Cape indicated, the sector in the Western Cape contributes 11% to the GDP
and we are contributing only 3%. So this shows that research and development must come in very handy there to make sure that we are assisted and we grow our sector there. The province, as I said, is experiencing high levels of unemployment, low purchasing power by poor households, and rising food prices. The projections indicate that food security will be a serious challenge, with unemployment rates, especially amongst the youth, posing a threat within this sector. The sector is also characterized by dominance of large commercial producers, whilst smallholder producers are grappling with significant barriers to entry into the commercial sphere, resulting in an untransformed sector. There is a growing culture of over-reliance and dependence by smallholder producers on government support and funding, which not only reduces long-term sustainability and economic contribution of such producers, but also limits resource available from state to support other initiatives. We are not left out. We are also experiencing climate change as a challenge. We have experienced felt fires recently in our province, including floods. So research and development is critical to ensure that we mitigate the climate change challenges. I just want to also put emphasis on the fact that about 4,920 commercial farms in the Northwest, representing 12% of the national total. 5.3 hectares have been planted, representing 51%. So this also tells us that research and development will be very critical for our province to ensure that the fallow land that is lying there needs to be brought back to production. And we can only do that with the assistance of the researchers. Key priorities for our department. In the year ahead, our department will be taking forward its crop massification program and will also be finalizing irrigation improvement plan for the province. We are working closely with our national department to ensure that we get back the Taung irrigation scheme to optimal use. There is also a potential for engaging in the production of new crops. This is where now research and development must come in, and the cultivation of arable land previously neglected in all our 4 districts. I'm tempted, Chair, to indicate that with the collaboration, we are working with ARC on the potato project. We have, through ARC, trained the first cohort of 9 farmers. We are taking them now to the second stage, and our aim is to get them during the 3rd year to be commercial. So we will definitely need more DDG in order to realize this dream. We are also working with ARC on Kaunafatso ya Dikgomo. We need to strengthen and accelerate this particular area. The department is also stepping up its development and implementation of the Cannabis Master Plan. We are proud, Chair, to say we are having 2 farmers, hemp farmers, who will be getting support in the next financial year, and 1 for medicinal use. We have trained a total of 23 hemp farmers, and 8 out of the 23 have already planted. So this is the area that we also want to give more attention and accelerate it. Chairperson, the other important thing that I want to mention, as a province, we have developed a strategy termed refocusing agriculture in the Northwest. This is to ensure that we change the sector so that it can create more jobs and contribute more towards the GDP. So we have this strategy that we have shared with the municipalities so far, because our belief is that we cannot implement our agricultural strategies in the absence of our municipalities. So we do this through the district development model approach. So thank you very much, Chair, and the colleagues.
Thank you very much. The HOD with me because I was going to have doulas of some sort, because I don't want to go home and I go to a strange and angry faces. But you are spot on time. And now maybe I should spare the flowers for later this Valentine's month and take Mpumalanga. Are you ready, Dr.? Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, all protocols observed. Yes, I am representing our head of the department, Mr. Kane Chunda. I'm with Dr. Kapula, who is the Chief Director Research, sitting in front. So Mr. Chunda delegated me to come and present with all full powers except his salary. So, so I will try to talk like HOD because I'm delegated. But Chairperson, I'm going to save you a lot of time because I was sitting there and I said, is it important for me to repeat some of the things which have been said? And I realized that it's not. Go straight to the priorities from Mpumalanga. As for the challenges, are mostly the same as what other provinces have already indicated. But then we, on our priorities, the first thing first is that we are looking at dealing with the issues of climate change. That is a very serious issue in Mpumalanga. If you can recall, ladies and gentlemen, you remember that in Mpumalanga, every second year or so, we will either have a very persistent drought or floods. So in the Lowveld, we will have floods every second year, and then we are still dealing with the floods of 2014. You can imagine the backlog. So we really have to deal with the issues of climate change, and indeed we are dealing with the climate change response strategy so that we can definitely deal with the challenges that we are facing along those lines. Now, secondly, as I promised, we are also dealing with the issue of research in fruit production. That is the area where we are a little bit behind in terms of research. So we are bringing it in strongly this time, and we believe that those who would really want to partner with us, this is the time. As I already indicated, I've got all the powers. After this meeting, you can grab me and say, we are partnering with you, and I will say, come on, let's go. So you don't have to be afraid of anything. Another thing we are exploring in our research is the issue of aquaculture. So Mpumalanga, we have realized that yes, we have got a very good climate condition which will allow us to produce very good and different types of fish and so on. So we would want to expand our research towards that area. We are doing fine, but we would really want to expand it to make sure that we also check other different types of fish that we can deal with. But also we have the issues of indigenous crops. We are very much coming strong on that one. We are now partnering with the University of Mpumalanga to start coming up with the different cultivars that can really do well in Mpumalanga so that we go back to our roots. As I'm talking now in the Highveld next to where we are, we have got a very serious supply gap in terms of the sorghum. Our processing plant, they are going as far as Botswana to get the sorghum. So we would want to make some research around that to see what other indigenous crops can we do there and how can we process them and so on and so forth, because that alone can assist us. Like in Western Cape, they've got big factories, they do. We only depend, Shem, on agriculture. So research becomes very much important for us also in that area of food security. So we are looking into ways we'll invite others to partner with us. But as I conclude, Chairperson, There are other researches that we are doing with both ARC and DALRAD. And of course, I heard my colleague also here talking about the KYD. We are also part of that. We are also, there's some work we are doing with ARC on the teller seed, especially up there in Matividi, where during the time of foul armyworm, that was the technology that really saved us in Mpumalanga. We could still harvest nicely during that time. Challenges that we have, they are not different from other challenges, but let me mention these ones because they are unique to Mpumalanga. In Mpumalanga, we have two research farms, Noitke Duct and Athole. They are all in Khertsibande. And all those two research farms, they've got their own challenges. Number one, there are mineral interests there. Everybody wants the piece of that land because below or beneath, there's a lot of mining minerals. So we are always, when we want to invest, when we don't, because everybody wants something underneath. Tina, we want something on top. So you see, that is always the tug of war that we are having. Lastly, you know, we suffered a very big blow in some of our infrastructure due to new developments like the university. They took the bigger part of the land that we were using to do our experiments and so on and so forth. And for us to get another land of that magnitude and develop it, RDDG, we need money.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you very much. I always say, but I don't say to HODs, I say to officials, I say, when you speak money, that's my KRA. You do the work. The issue of money is part of my KRA, so, but because you are HOD, you can't. And thank you very much, Mpumalanga. Let's take, I'm saving the flowers for later, being a Valentine's month. So we take Free State.
Thank you, Program Director. All protocol observed. My name is Paulo Diselawan Chabelin. Hasen na TJ Masitin. I'm here representing him. As the head of, listen to this, he's the head of department, I'm head of research and technology development services in the province. So maybe, Chairperson, let me start by saying, I'm sorry, I don't know how to interpret that in English, but in simple terms, I'll start by saying, without wasting your time, to say, Renardi Kwena chaka di tau ya go fishile mola ke morasi wa ba kwena rena re bua tilu re bua di botjane re di kwena tše di tšwa go tilu ga di lome go le matše di tšwa go di botjane re makhulu ya bodiba ba mmaphato a bolele ba metsi ge le ga ge re šoa re le phateng pa re ala bodiba ke tšhaba baditi I'm just trying to break the monotony and make sure that we are all awake. Chairperson, correctly so, as Ndade Takata has said, you know, most of the challenges that we have in provinces are similar, though of course we differ in terms of our agroecological zones. We know that as agrarians, as scientists, as researchers. Therefore, Chairperson, I'm just going to highlight a few points from my head of department this year. It's not from me, so don't kill the messenger. My HOD is somewhere busy elsewhere. So all what I'm going to say is that, Chairperson, I think it's very critical. This meeting, of course, thanks to the President, the CEO for your presentation. Surely, when I looked at that presentation, I then started thinking of what you call NARS 2008. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Those who don't know, it's National Agricultural Research and Development Strategy 2008 of South Africa, which was then developed for this purpose, by the way, and make sure that those issues, those mandates that he indicated in his presentation are actually supposed to be, you know, finding their expression in our own working environment, because research cannot be in isolation, cannot be isolated from production. because it starts from there. And we've got challenges, and those challenges basically should be applied challenges. Cannot just be, I know somebody spoke of basic when he was presenting. I can't remember who was that presenter. But what is critical here is that we have to deal with the challenges of the farmers, the producers, the processors, and also the tertiary agriculture. I think that's what is critical. Then, if we can't be able to deal with those, then we are not going to be able really to find our meaning as researchers and scientists in terms of dealing with the challenges of this country. Chairperson, quickly, I'm just going to raise a few points. From my HOD has got many points. They've got about 12 challenges, and of course, they've got 20 priorities, but I'm not going to read all of those. So what I'm going to do is, based on his preamble in terms of introduction, let me just read this one. It must be acknowledged and appreciated that both DALRAT as well as ARC have taken such a good initiative by, hosting this August event, whereby, this combined R&D activity or event is really going to assist us to make sure that we come up, moving out of here, through collaborations, partnerships that Ntate Takata spoke about, and other colleagues, come up with, real-time researched solutions, not just, solutions. I think that's what is critical. Now, as a province, as Free State, we are sitting with a number of challenges. And those challenges, basically, there are a few of them that actually cut across, which were not mentioned here, which I feel they are very critical. We know, not only in the Free State, by the way, it's the whole public service. As South Africa, we are aware that I think on the 19th of September 2023, there was a national moratorium on cost containment. And I'm sure we are all aware of that, those that are in the public service. Now, I had my Professor Sarraj saying here earlier on that, no, don't worry, we have got Machangura, So whether your job is just to do the work. So, Mr. Machangura, so we hope then you will be able to talk to the big boss to deal with those issues, because we are told in the next 3 years, there's nothing that we can do. Am I wrong or right? Am I wrong or right? Right. So therefore, what it means is that as a public service, then we are sitting with a serious challenge. We may say what we say, but we really need to do things and to do things better, do things efficiently, and also try. I don't know how far can we tighten these belts. Some of us, we have tightened it, but we can't tighten it anymore. But we are told we must tighten the belts. So, but Mr. Sarraj here, Machangura said, no, don't worry, there's money. So, that's the big one. That was not mentioned here. That's why I'm mentioning it. I'm not mentioning these others. Let's come to the priorities of the province. Yes, and Ntate Takata, you're correct, and other colleagues. Here, I was saying Ntate Takata and Mpumalanga. We form part of what you call grain triangle of this country. And we are losing that because of climate change, isn't it? We have lost that. We break, but the realities are we are losing a lot. I know I'm competing in maize, other provinces. I know I'm competing in soya, and I'm also competing in, I know Northwest, you are beating me on groundnuts. But we are there. So it's not about competition. It's about us partnering and working together and finding solutions for the producers. While we are struggling, particularly, let's be honest here, brutally honest to each other. We know that the upcoming, in our definition, small-scale farmers or emerging commercial farmers, when we talk about commercialization, we are not there. Or am I lying? We are not there. We are always being asked, I'm sure in other provinces as well, by your portfolio committees, to say, give us how many commercial farmers have you produced for the past 5 years, 10 years, since the democracy, what. We are failing, we can't produce that. And why? Because research, I know Dr. Ndombela was sharing the proceedings earlier on, and I think he did some of the studies with regard to one of, even a president presented in his presentation, the issue of GET and also the DSI colleague. We know that the research in this country is seriously underfunded. That's a fact. But we are not talking about it. And I'm sure this is the responsibility I saw Ntate Modawi here from the Office of the President. We meeting at the body called GADAC, Government Agricultural Research and Development Action Group. It is our responsibility to review the NARS, National Agricultural Research and Development Strategy, and also make sure that when we talk about the research agenda of this country in agriculture, we deal with that decisively and make sure that we synergize where there's a need for synergy and synchrony, and where then there is no need, then we continue with what we are doing. Therefore, Chairperson, as a province, we have got a number of areas where we can, hence I'm talking about partnerships now in terms of the grain. And one of the research that we are doing, I know my colleague is here, I've seen Toi here, Tsilo, I saw him, my colleague. We are working on a problem, and that project is a sweet sorghum project that we are trying to come up with a land races and germplasms for us to develop what you call a bioethanol industry. And we know we are getting some good results with regard to, together with my colleague from Potchefstroom, your president, the branch in Potchefstroom. That's what we are doing. Now, again, coming to the issue of aquaculture, and that one of our priority area. You know, we are sitting in Free State at Harib Dam with a center called ATDC, Aquaculture Technology Demonstration Center. It is the only center in the SADC region that is providing that type of technology and that type of research work and training, as well as, you know, breeding and development, on which we believe if we partner, I know Nbolomang is very good in terms of trout. I'm very good, I'm trying to come up with a tilapia, but I'm told I cannot start even with Nile tilapia or what you call Oreochromis and Niloticus, simply because I don't have my biosecurity. But we are working on that, and hopefully we'll partner and be able to move forward in that particular, in those areas. Those are areas of priorities. Of course, the red meat industry as one of our major priorities, where we also need rigorous R&D work to be done in that area. In that space, our N8 corridor between from northwest coming down to Bloemfontein up to Lesotho, we have prioritized that as our red meat industry area, but we have got challenges there, and we need to do some work. And I know I've seen Prof. Scholes is here, and I see him. He can see me as well. So surely we'll the retired prof, we should be able to make some strides in that particular area. Further than that, there's a number of other areas that are very critical for us. And in that score, Chairperson, Program Director, without wasting too much time, I want to say, dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. I don't know whether you heard what I said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tau. Thank you very much, Tau. We almost there. Let's just, there's a lot of interest from the HODs, and I thought they'll just come and say, but what's coming up is very important, so hence I'm allowing them, but I hope they were left with two, and you know, ladies, they always go straight to the point, so you first allow. And as we take the brand new HOD from the Northern Cape, she's very brand new, Ma'am Arad. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I think there was a bit of an effort there to make sure that I stay within the time frame, so I'm going to try and do exactly that. I can't see that screen there. Okay, colleagues, a lot have been said already in terms of the various different areas that's important for research. I'm not going to go through all of that. Or the things that the colleagues have already mentioned. I think just in terms of the Northern Cape, I think everyone here knows that the Northern Cape occupies the biggest landmass in the country. From that, we have irrigated land, just over 160,000 hectares. Some of that which is under nature conservation and game, and then extensive grazing, just over 70%. But potential arable land is less than 1%. In terms of vegetation, we have very specific vegetation, which includes the biomes, as we have mentioned. I'm not going to go through that. Sources of agricultural water, we've got several rivers as well as subterranean water that we make use of in the province, and as well as stock water, but this is one of the challenges that we are having. Contributors to agriculture in the Northern Cape, as much as we cover almost a third of the surface of the country, a significant amount of agricultural production takes place, mainly on the banks of the Vaal, the Harts, and the Orange rivers. And we have fairly even contribution from different subsectors. Field crops about 25%, horticulture 24%, animals and products 47% and 4% respectively. Again, our industry performance drivers are field crops, maize industry, and in the wheat industry, in the livestock. Also, we are involved in horticultural crops, table and dried grapes industry, wine industry, pecan nut industry, and these contribute more than 80% of the total production of our province. In order to grow the economy and therefore improve job creation and food security in our province, which are also some of our challenges, we really do need assistance and research to support the growth of our agricultural production. Opportunity lies, therefore, in increased productivity and optimization of this production, which would then lead to increased job creation. Our challenges and risks, which also presents the issues that we would like to put forward to the ARC and our partners. The quality of our irrigation water, we have soil degradation, climate change was mentioned by almost all of the colleagues here, high cost of development in our province. We have an aging irrigation infrastructure, the cost of mechanization is high in a province as vast as ours, and then training and aftercare of the beneficiaries. We are also a very food insecure province, as proven from the latest Stats SA survey, household survey. And then we have, given the fact that mining and agriculture are two of the main contributors of the provincial economy, but of course the one sometimes doesn't really work in the interest of the other, and that is a particular challenge that we have in the Northern Cape. Research is essential to develop and adapt and adopt new technologies, technological innovations. We want the research, as was said by all the other colleagues, we want the research to be helping us to support service delivery in sustainable agriculture, to benefit all scales of farming, to reduce our risks and to contribute to economic growth. And in our province, our size, our ecological diversity, our lack of human capacity are some of the issues that we are battling with. Some of the technology currently we are involved in our province with regards to research is remote sensing, the use of UAV data to satellite data and to calibration, and then of course machine learning, which we are also involved in, artificial intelligence and automatic classification. Our areas for cooperative research, other colleagues have spoken to the collaborative use of our research stations, climatic data and satellite imagery, climate smart initiatives, some of the things that we also need. We are in our province at the moment, we are engaged with the ARC on our Uppington Island Research Station with regards to cannabis production and support services. We need support, research support in terms of cattle crossbreeding, climate smart beef production programs and livestock improvement programs. Our water use for high value horticultural crops, we need some support with that. And given the fact that many of us have indicated here which provinces are involved in which areas, and we have different crops and commodities that we are dealing with, the idea might very well be to have niche research areas to be discussed for each of the provinces so that we can maximize the limited amount of funding that we have. And one of the things that we would want to propose is that maybe it's time that instead of doing research in all of the provinces of the same kind, whether specific niche areas should not be discussed and then decided on in terms of the research agenda for each province. Our challenge, as so many other colleagues have spoken to, our challenges of silo operations. We have state-funded institutions, but we are not working together. In our province, for example, if you look at how the department is structured, we have agriculture, environmental affairs, rural development, and land reform. But then also you find that there are certain areas where people are still operating in silos. So we are also not sufficiently, in my view, collaborating with the education sector. We did speak about research partnerships with universities, but I would want to go as far as indicating, since I come from education sector, that we need a much closer collaboration. We have in our province agricultural schools. There are 2 schools with which at the moment we are having a partnership. And we have found that the research agenda should also, if possible, infuse into the curriculum that we are offering at our schools in the province. And there are opportunities which are really not fully explored in terms of our collaboration as a sector with the education sector. We also would want to talk about the issue of action research in agriculture as a means to support especially our emerging farmers. Our current challenges that we are experiencing with regards to the funding models, overgrazing in the context of land size and ownership patterns and cultural practices in the sector. We talk about the problems that we are experiencing, colleagues, in as far as our emerging farmers, how we are using commonage land, what are the governance issues? We know that some of these things sit within the ambit of local government, and yet there are very many times when we are frustrated because we want to do things as a department. For example, on commonage land, we can't because there are restrictive conditions experienced maybe from the various different municipalities. So in terms of agricultural production, we have to deal with some of the governance issues because these are the issues that very often bedevil the sector. And we need to understand that social science is also science. So as much as we do critical research in the areas of agricultural production, if we don't solve the people issues that we are battling with at the moment, then I don't think, Program Director, we're going to solve some of the very critical problems that we are battling with. And if these governance and finance related issues of funding models, the people issues, the governance issues on land across the various different sectors, spheres of government rather, if we don't research these and explore these appropriately, then we might find that there's no sufficient uptake of the very innovative and very critical ideas that we come up with, and very critical research effort that we're putting in, as well as research outcomes, because this has to find expression on the ground and within our areas where we are working with our people. I'm not sure whether the ARC sees that as part of its mandate. If not, the question that we would have to probably answer is then whose mandate is it and what collaborative effort is needed. If we are serious that ARC, our research should be aimed at knowledge production for food security, quality food production, and other areas of agricultural development for the greater good, then we should probably begin to explore some of these other areas which are often not talked about and mostly not researched. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you very much, Northern Cape. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? I mean, from my mother, how she would go about it. What was I thinking? Thank you very much. Let's welcome KZN.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Thank you for leaving the best for last. And my point is, most of you track twice a year down to our province. That's my point. We are the best province. But I'm going to be brief because the challenges we face is virtually the same as every other province. I want to add our biggest challenge that we have is soil loss. I don't know how many of us really understand that soil is our biggest asset. And if we lose it, it's gone. Most of you that had traveled now down to the beach, you got stuck at Ashburton, then you got stuck at Cato Ridge and Camperdown. How many of you noticed those deep red soils that are gone? Because most of our areas, high potential areas, and you know KZN has got a problem with topography. Those deep red soils are gone. They are demarcated for urban development. That's a challenge. Rural areas, the land is being used for urban development. Where are those farmers going? It's a major problem for the province. Coupled with that, soil degradation, continuous tillage of the soil, continuous tillage, monocropping. You are just, vernietig. You are destroying those soils. How are we going to get it back? So for us in KZN, it is a major challenge. It's a big priority. Couple that with climate change. You now get these floods. So you don't have ground. Now the floods come, poof, it's gone. It's gone. But the challenge we face, how can you give first world answers to people that are resource poor? How can I tell a farmer that do not have enough? You need to plant a cover crop to get, not to disturb the soil. How do you do that? How do you do that? So I think for us, the major challenge with all of these things, climate change, soil loss, animal health, how world knowledge that we gain from research, how do we marry that with solutions for rural farmers? Because the last point I want to make is we are all talking about indigenous crops. People must just use indigenous crops. We are all for it. But what do you do if that person tells you it's easier to grow spinach? I get more for spinach than I will get for my amaranthus. What do you do? What do you do? How do you promote that? So, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, we all face the same problems as a country. It is up to us as researchers. And sorry, I did not introduce myself. Sorry, I was just so excited. I am Dr. Suzette Poseidonos. I am the acting director for the Agricultural Crops Research Services Directorate of the department. So for me, my passion is really to get research to answer questions, but to get the rural people, the smallholder people, to also benefit from that research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm aware we are between me and lunch. But after all these speeches, maybe we should just go home. Because we've just realized that the so many years that we spent not talking about this, now we find ourselves in this donga. HODs, you're going to be afforded, you're going to have to field questions. They'll come from the floor, and conference attendees, please, delegates, if your question or a similar has been asked, please just let it slide. Let's see by indication of hands, and while they're still doing that, we're talking about climate change, we're talking about research. I think I saw Diriji Khang here, she was here. I think whoever from Dalrat, I volunteered to take program 5 from the provinces, they know it, and the APP program 5. Because we put it at the back. The program 5 is the one that is about research and technology transfer. So each provincial department structure has that program. And it's where they put things that they don't understand, land care, complicated things they put there. In most cases, there's not even in the Northern Cape, you know me, HOD, so I speak like that. In the Northern Cape, there's only one person who's doing land care, and the province is big. Mpumalanga does spend lately. Free State, I don't know. So it's important that we elevate program 5 for it to make sense, because even the HODs, while he's still going through other provinces, they call him to Premier's office, so it doesn't get to program 5. We say somebody continue with the meeting, they're calling me, I'm answering the question, and when he comes back, program 5 passed, and HODs are not aware of it. Let's get, so if we just look backwards, and I say this very carefully, technocrats are the ones that make politicians fail. Politicians don't fail, it's us. I've worked with different politicians closely. They listen, most times. We fail them because when they came after 1994, I can tell you a bit of history. So we came and they got us into after 1994. Nobody knew what was happening, so they put us at Harvest House then. Then we started working and they didn't know what we were doing. People up there, so in the middle, they just threw us there, first floor. And then we thought people greet, hi, how are you? What are you doing here? And so we realized that there's a lot that our superiors did not know, which is about governance. So we didn't tell them that before you do all these plans, you've got to research, you've got to find answers. And had we told them, we wouldn't be having program 5, research and technology transfer, they're underfunded, little bit of there, that's what it is now in the provinces. And we had research institutions, Mara, Limpopo, Mara, and you have a lot of research institutions which are dilapidated. Sitara, Sitara still tries, at least. But if you look at the country, the way it's structured, the people, and we don't have to throw they say the kid with the bathwater. Everything wrong with apartheid, sure, I agree. But some of their planning and the institutions that they left behind, if we only dealt with apartheid but kept those institutions, would be far by now. We've done away with a lot of things and only to realize 20, 30 years later, oops, this we need. And we are now trying to redo it. It's late. But we still have time. Let me not depress you. We can use this conference to change it around. Let's get questions. 1. By a show of hands. I note you this side, and I note you. Welcome, Dr. Hapola. I didn't notice you. You're not aging. I don't know why. You will share with me the secret. This side. Okay. You start. Is there a mic? Roving mic? And I always say, please pardon me, do not, the temptation of starting with a preamble to the question and the conclusion to the question, please resist that. Just go to the question. You'll see it start with how, which, why, what. That's a question. The preamble, that's what takes time. Yes, ma'am. And also specify who you are directing it to.
Thank you, Chair. I'm directing my concern to all the HODs. They all spoke of climate change, but none of them spoke about the weather stations that are agricultural weather stations that are required to collect the climate parameters, the meteorological parameters that are needed for the researchers to be able to calculate and develop decision support tools for the smallholder farmers. None of them spoke of that, but I think I'm talking to the right person because we've got all the money. We need to expand the automatic weather stations in South Africa. So one of them, I mean, there's someone who said it takes 20 years. The right time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The right time to plant a weather station is 100 years ago.
Thank
the
you.
Free State Director will tell you that the weather stations at Glen has been running for about 100 years, and then we can tell from that weather station that the rate of temperature is increasing and it's affecting agriculture. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You didn't do badly, but you still had your preamble in the question. Just try it. And a question normally has 6 words. I mean, a sentence has 6 words. Just try it. Start with how, which, why. You'll see it will be a question. There was a hand. Okay, you've got the mic. Okay, let's finish this side. This one I'm allocating to HOD Western Cape and HOD and rep of HOD West, KZN, the weather station one.
Thank you very much. I don't know who to address it to, but maybe all of the heads.
I'll allocate just fire.
Thank you. The question is, how much of resources are directed or should be directed to what one can call connectors? Because we're talking about silos and everyone running that way. I'm not sure if there is enough that is actually being placed on funding the connectors, which are probably not as expensive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, connectors. There's a presidency people are here, isn't it? Where's Babu? Are they here? Okay, I'll take the question to DPME because that's where the problem is. But we'll attempt to answer it. This side? Not? Oh, okay. There's 2 hands this side. And I would prefer if you direct them at the HOD's specific provinces.
I would like to direct this question to the Northwest since it's where I'm coming from. The HOD indicated that they have funded 2 farmers for hemp and cannabis. So I would like to know what is the criteria for a farmer to be funded for this new hemp and cannabis that we have now, this commodity that we have, and what does it take? How do one, as a farmer, get to the point where they can be funded? What are the requirements? Because there is so many, like you said, you've trained 23, there's 2 you're funding for medical. So I don't understand because there are other things that you could have funded. What is the criteria you use to fund those?
Thank
and
you.
why aren't you funding other instead of medical?
You got it.
Thank you. I would like to direct my question to the HOD of Northern Cape and also the representative for KZN. My question is in relation to the commonage, that there are challenges of land of support in dealing with commonage. How best can we combine both the field management and the soil degradation within the context of commonage to sort out land degradation? Thank you.
Perfect. And we are not doing well time-wise, so you're going to say we must break? Okay. It's not me that you took 30 years to have a conference, so everybody's interested. What can I do? The online questions, are they connected? I can't see anything here from the online. Okay, let's finish the ones in the plenary and then the online. Just take the last 2 from the plenary. Oh, yes, Dr. Hapla will be the last. There's a question at the back. The gentleman at the back. If you can start with what, who, why, how, you'll save us time.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Patrick Rakau.
a junior researcher at the ARC. My question will be directed to all the HODs. Since they acknowledge the problem that if we don't support research, we'll never win this battle, why their research stations are deteriorating? All the research stations, I can name all of them, Sitara, Glen, Nuchtedach, you name them. They're deteriorating, and they're deteriorating under their watch. That's their hub for research. Where are we going to do research? They talk about money, but if you want research and collaboration, you need to have those resources that they have, the research stations. So can they improve the research stations, then we can start talking. Thank you.
They got it. Limpopo will respond because they have. Limpopo will take this one in the interest of time. This one, filter this one on dilapidating research stations. Dr. Hapola, yes. The mic here. Is it? No. I think is it off?
My question is directed to you, DDG, to say, is there any chance of a conditional grant to support research?
Yeah, that's a simple one. I was taking deep breath. I thought you'll give it. That one is simple. Let's take the questions online. Oh, is there a hand here? One last, and then we go online. Are others getting provoked? Okay, you go ahead, ma'am. Yes.
Good afternoon. My question is directed to DDG. I would like to know the collaboration of us.
Your microphone, ma'am.
Hello? Yes.
Please stand.
My name is Lucy Dam from Northwest. The question is directed to the DDG.
Hello.
Yes. My name is Lucidi. I'm from Northwest. My question is directed to DDG. I would like to know the Department of Agriculture and Water. Where is the collaboration? Because we are needed with water licensing and water usage and the research thereof. Thank you.
Okay. All right. One last on the floor. Yeah, please stand. Okay. Sorted. Perfect. Let's get those online. I can't see anything on the online, so I won't even know where the hand is coming from, the names, who is assisting us with the technology. Please read whichever name comes up. No. Oh, now I see the screen, finally. Online, please raise your hand. No, who said? People online are fine. They don't have any questions. They understand. They are perfect. That is, if the screen I was looking at is anything to go by. They were perfect. And you are my witnesses, ne? So there's no hands from the okay, there's one. Tintualo. I hope this name, you didn't just start it. I hope it's, I'll ask to see your ID. Tintualo, please, your question. Go ahead. Unmute Tinzalo. Tinzalo Chiane, we pass because you are not unmuting. Let's take another hand. Okay. It doesn't look like online people have. All right. Let's start in that order. HOD Limpopo, yours is about dilapidating research stations And if you can be brief, really, and so that we move.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you once again, participant, for the question. Indeed, as Limpopo, we do have 2 research stations, mainly Mara and Toowoomba, and indeed for some time the direction has been that of deterioration. The question was why. I think the main issue has been the prioritization of the funding. While, of course, the department would receive some budget annually, due to a whole lot of other needs, the prioritization of research has not been usually coming tops. But now there is some change with the whole issue of maintenance of research stations becoming something that attracts a lot of interest. Well, of course, we'll talk about the research stations themselves, and as a department, we also even have weather stations that we have across the province. So even those, in terms of maintenance, is now becoming an issue that we really have begun to do a whole lot of maintenance. But I think the question that was asked by Dr. Hapula earlier would actually, when the DDG responds to that, would actually go a very, very long way to ensure that as a province, as a country, we do way much better in this maintenance work. We have and we are improving greatly, but certainly the issue of funding will still require attention. I think I'll just pause there. The conditional grant question, I liked it very much. And I think the DDG will respond very consistently, like he has been responding throughout the morning. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. Let's go, Western Cape, we allocated, yeah, let's take your.
Thank you very much for the question. I think it was, it was really the question of time that we were not able to get into that space. We prepared about 13 slides, and you stand up, you are told you've got 3 minutes. And I realized I was the only one who complied. The reality of the matter is that as the Western Cape, we believe strongly in evidence and data and science-led. So issues around automating weather stations, very important for us. So it's not something that was missed. It's obviously in our presentation if you were to access it. The whole issue about research firms that are not performing, obviously that's a general statement, because it's not the case where I come from. 7 research firms, world-class, and doing what they are needing to do together with the industry colleagues. But I think I want to say something to the researchers. I think somebody said value is what someone is prepared to pay. But it is also about, about ourselves as researchers also demonstrating what value we bring to society. It's a two-way stream. The DDG was very clear and at pains to say that whatever research that gets done, it must seek to improve the challenges confronting the Republic. And if it doesn't, it becomes very difficult then to convince others to spend in the research that we do. Because all of us have got challenges that we want to respond to. Where I come from is job safety and well-being of people. So if the research that gets done is not helping us to respond to jobs, which is our #1 problem, to safety in terms of ensuring that people are safe, but more importantly, well-being in terms of food access and food security, then that research is not responsive. So it becomes very important that this two-way, we manage it from both sides. Because in the end, we want the same things for this country. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Question for Northwest. We are guided by the standard operation procedure from the National Department, and the support to our farmers is through the conditional grants. We have CASP and ILIMA. So the SOPs stipulate that a provincial department must advertise in the newspaper in order to give the opportunity to all the farmers to participate. So upon receipt of the applications, we take them through what we call the provincial assessment panel, where they are subjected to a checklist. So we check if you have land, the business plan, the water rights, etc., etc. And then we take it to the national, where we are grilled. So just to give a context of the two I spoke about, in fact 3, 2 hemp, and then 1 for medicinal use. The 2 we presented, the 3 we presented last year to the NEP, National Assessment Panel, and they couldn't fly because of the water rights. The 2, 1 hemp and 1 medicinal. So we have decided to consider them in the next financial year because now they satisfy that requirement. They've obtained water rights from Water and Sanitation Department. And then the other one could not fly because we went out because it was on farm infrastructure. The bids that we invited were not responsive, but we are going to consider that farmer in the next financial year. So this is how we do it. We are guided by the National Department SOPs. Thanks.
Thank you for the question on commonage land and soil degradation and veld management. Again, it is a matter of having a social compact. I want to call it a social compact between the different role players. We know that on commonages, most often our emerging farmers, they overgraze, and that in itself then creates all sorts of other problems. I don't think the solution is simplistic. But it really has to do with proper coordination and working together amongst all the partners. That would be local government, who's in charge of the land, the farmers themselves who have to be trained, as well as the departments involved in order to make sure that people actually understand why they have to do veld management, why we have to counteract soil degradation. There are other kinds of solutions like feedlots and so on, but we know that that is also capital intensive. So I think the problems that we are having on commonage land is a very potent exhibitor of the lack of proper coordination amongst the various different role players. Thank you.
Thank you. The 2 questions, the weather stations, I can also concur with my colleague from the Western Cape. In KZN, we do have weather stations. Our access is basically thanks to the ARC. We've got weather stations on Sadara, Dundee, and Kokstad. And at Makatini, we've got the weather station from the South African Weather Bureau. So we do have access to that data. And I can actually tell you that last year in November, we had the highest average temperature for November since 2002, which was 29 degrees. Now imagine planting a crop in 29 degrees. That is the average temperature for the month. So we do have weather stations and we do use the data. And then also in terms of the communal areas, I concur with my colleague from the Northern Cape, it is difficult. It is not an easy, there is no easy solutions, because you need social facilitation, because what will work for one community is not necessarily going to work for another community. So there's a lot of role players that needs to come together. But if you can get one community that can implement what you are telling them or advocating, then it is easier to convince the others. Okay, thank you.
All right, a round of applause to all our HODs. Before I forget, somebody's going to go home by taxi. So if you find yourself having to look for where taxi rank is, come to me. The question on water use and irrigation, the collaboration between our 2 departments, DALRAT and Water Affairs, It's a topical question, but we do contribute. As you have noticed lately, they've got regulations and they intended to include. So it's a difficult question because it's a competency that falls within a different department, unfortunately. But engagements of our minister, we will be able to solution soon. I can report that the last engagement, the DGs were very positive, and from our water irrigation and water use management unit, we are interacting with them, and we do appeal to them, and hence they listened to the current regulations when we made input. The easiest one, Dr. Kapula, everybody in the country claims to be doing some research somewhere at their corner. That's where the problem is. Everybody, and we're not even in control, so there's no, what we used to have, or we need to have, is a national research forum, where deans of faculties of agriculture universities, the HODs meet. And I didn't forget to mention the national department. You see, national department has got this tendency of also playing provincial and going into where they're not supposed to be. And they get things, I didn't say mess up, they just get things the other way around. The purpose of a national department is to set up a policy position and direction and let the provinces interact and come up with a solution that talks to them. If I sit in Pretoria and said APPs that I only understand because I don't understand the realities of the province, we'll end up where we are. So what are we going to do? Chief Director responsible for Human Resources and Development is here. DDG responsible for Economic Development and Trade and Marketing is here. DDG responsible for Rural Development are here. I'm lobbying them already, so that when we go to MinTech, we are going to present the outcomes of this conference, this first conference of its own kind. If you look at the APPs, provincial departments, in your, what do you call it, your structure, their provincial structure, they've got program 5. It's called Research and Technology Transfer. If I ask the HODs here, in which province that is headed by a director, it will, out of the 9, maybe 3. The rest are headed by a assistant director, or that's where the problem starts. It's because provinces themselves were not intentional about the research, and yet the research infrastructure is with the provinces. So colleagues from national department, me included, we confused our mandate. We go there and we end up telling you what needs to happen, instead of setting up a national policy priority or list of the country. Look at this. Very soon, just watch the space. There will be elections, there will be retabling. I'm not interested in those. I'm interested in the budget vote speech. Some provinces will already be presenting their own budget policy speech before the national. Just tells you that we are not coordinated. You would expect the national department, you would expect this, what goes into the speech of the minister to be discussed at the MinTech level. MinTech is where Director General meets with the HODs. We'd expect them to refine and understand what is it that the country needs. And at that stage, set what becomes the directive that must go to the provinces. You would therefore expect that the national department will first have their policy and budget policy speech first, and provinces will follow. But it's not happening. Another province, that at the same time, the other one even before national, that's where we start haphazard work. So the contribution that we're going to do with the team that is here, sent by DG, they're here. They've heard the cries. That program 5, Research and Technology Transfer, in your organogram, provincial organogram, that's where the problem is. So we're going to get that one, and we're going to make this the outcomes of this conference a presentation with a simple recommendation that all research activities in the country ought to be channeled from one angle and ought to be approved at that level of DG and HODs. There is funding. I always say it. There is funding in government. But if it's used haphazardly and duplicating, one is doing Moringa research in Limpopo, the other one is doing Moringa research in Mpumalanga. I don't want to talk about hemp. If I just ask how many departments are busy with hemp research now, you see, everybody is doing their little, yeah. So we're going to do that, and we're going to start with hemp, at least with hemp. So it happens to report to where I work, the branch I work at, so hemp will start. Stop all the research on hemp that is happening. And I heard HOD, he's saying hemp and medicinal. I don't know which is this. The hemp is straight face hemp and medicinal. It's ganja. If it's ganja, call it ganja. Why do you go? Hemp and ganja. So we're going to do that. We'll start with hemp and ganja and show them how it's done and coordinate, make sure all provinces work together. So we should know, DG sitting wherever overseas, they ask him what's happening on hemp research. He should be able to know because it would be coordinated. There's a lot of money to hotel. It's just wasted around. Nobody knows what everybody doing. And in fact, in the pillars of CASP, which by the way is due for review, I didn't say it, but CASP is due for review. It is. That's a start. I'm lobbying. CASP is due for review. So when we review CASP, hopefully, we'll also make sure that we made the mistake of not ensuring that research is part and parcel of production. We have all those, crazy pillars of CASP. They're crazy. They don't, but we don't blame them. It's time we review them and have realistic, now we know 30 years on, what is it that is priority. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a good audience. The presenters, please rise to your feet, and I think they've got present for you as we, thereafter, Dr. Chaminika will tell us where lunch, 20 minutes lunch is going to be served. Oh, we can end with, starting with Mpumalanga, Dr. Takata. You see, it helps.
So when I come into the Cape?
Oh, my friend, you know my life. I just wanted you to understand my situation in the Northern Cape. As you know, I've just been pulled from somewhere.
Sorry, everyone that has spoken up to now and all those that have these orange VIP tags, please can you follow this lady with the green and black outfit. She will lead you to where you're going to eat, and then the remaining delegates, if you go back to the dining room on the left, lunch is served there. We will reconvene 25 minutes, or can you just tell me what time it is? Sorry. Okay, we will reconvene at 2:30 sharp to begin with the industry panel. Thank you.